Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Curse of Strahd, Twice Bitten, the show where 5 DMs take on D&D's top Gothic horror campaign. I'm Dragna Carter, your host and DM, and it is an absolute pleasure to be with you folks. First off, before we get started, Kaya, who manages our podcast, has a pretty exciting announcement. I just wanted to share that to get that out of the way. So, Kaya, what's going on in the podcast realm?
So, the podcast is coming up on 100,000 unique listens, which is 4 decimal places more than I ever thought we would get, honestly. And to celebrate that, I have a little Twitter giveaway going on. So, if you head over to the official Twice Bitten Twitter, which you can find in the links below and on the card on the side and everything like that, you will see your instructions for entering the giveaway for Lillison to write your PC an actual physical letter that will be mailed to you. Unfortunately, this is only available for people in the US because I am not going to go through international customs and put my own address on it. But it can be your PC that you're playing in a game. It can be a PC at your table if you are a DM. So check that out.
Awesome, thank you, Kaya, and holy shit, I think we're all pretty excited about how this stream slash podcast has come. So thank you all for being so supportive and being such great viewers slash listeners. So I think that's all we've got to start with, and we're ready to dive in. So let's get started with Curse of Strahd, Twice Bitten. And welcome back, everybody. So, last we left off on Curse of Strahd, Twice Bitten. With our companions having made their way to the abandoned and rumoredly haunted manor of Argynvostolt, to the west of Vallaki, they found therein an assortment of inhabitants from the esteemed vampire hunter, Dr. Rudolf von Richten, Esmeralda's former mentor, to a number of corporeal and hostile undead, revenants, who attacked the PCs upon their entry into the desecrated halls of the manor. As they delved further into the structure, they encountered additional revenants, undead members of what they learned were the Order of the Silver Dragon. Among them, they met a revenant named Sir Godfrey Gwillem, a former knight of the Order, who shared with them the history of the rise and fall of the Order and the patron Silver Dragon named Argynvost that led it. They learned of Strahd's military campaigns and the wars that were waged in centuries past, the death of the great dragon and the knight's resurrection as revenants, and the searing hatred and vengeance that their commander, Sir Vladimir Horngard, sought against Strahd himself. Departing Sir Gwillem, Erthrendir and Amity encountered Sir Horngard himself, seated in the dragon's audience hall, and there challenged his nihilistic philosophy, learning that he dared not assist or rise up against Strahd himself, believing himself to be a warden of the vampire's prison for all eternity. Meanwhile, Kiva ventured further into the corridors, there uncovering an old journal of Argynvost's and an old portrait of the mansion with a searing white beacon lit at its highest peak. Downstairs, as Metreon and Lillison explored the manor's graveyard, finding Argynvost's mausoleum to be nothing more than an empty tomb, the companions upstairs received a message and request from what seemed to be Argynvost's shade, asking them to restore his bones to their rightful place, from where they now laid in Castle Ravenloft to their proper resting place in his tomb. After encountering and fleeing a pair of phantom warriors upon the rooftop, the group continued their exploration upon the second floor, only for Amity, Erthrindir, and Kiva to find themselves trapped behind a ghostly stone wall as a platoon of hostile spirits rushed them from either side. And so, we find ourselves plunged into the heat of combat once again. I will need everyone to roll initiative, please.
Do we have?
There we go.
By everyone, do you mean everyone?
Yes, everyone.
I do not have an active combat encounter to roll initiative in.
That is interesting. In that case, I'll take care of that. Apologies.
There we go. 14.
Great. All right. So
mine got pre-rolled. Interesting.
Excellent. So, yes.
Before you start,
Mm-hmm.
going to use a trick I haven't gotten the chance to use before. As the Phantom Warriors enclose on them, Erthrindir just turns on his heel, his hair flying, and spits. He is not worth your service. And is going to use cutting words on their initiative.
Really? Shit.
Oh, work.
Ooh.
What?
So their initiative goes from a 16 to a 13.
Okay. Very nice. Beautiful. So, Amity, as you hear Erthrindir's spitting words cut through the chamber, you see to the south of you this new wall having apparated into the space. And as you look upon it, scrutinizing it for a moment, you see that it's not a mere stone wall with simple mortared bricks, but a sheer panel of featureless gray stone that in places is disrupted and twisted by patterns not of simple molding, but with like bulging faces pressing against the stone walls, almost as though many upon dozens of spirits are entrapped within, struggling to break free. On the other side, you can hear hands and fists pounding against the stone panel, but on either side of you, beyond Kiva and Erthrindir, you can see ghostly figures beginning to rush forward toward you. What do you do?
Amity turns to the stone wall. I guess Erthrindir's right in front of it, huh?
Yep.
She says, out of the way. I'll shatter it. And then turning to the others, she says, I don't know if we want to fight or flee, but if we want to flee, then take the other two windows. Amity stands beside one of these windows, and if Erthrindir sort of nods at her plan, then she'll ready an action to shatter the stone blocking the way once Erthrindir gets out of the bad zone.
The blast zone, yes.
The blast zone, yeah. She'll take this window.
When we fought these things before, they can move through walls. I'm not sure. I don't think just leaving the house is going to stop them. They can just phase right through.
All right, and with that, Amity, your turn is over. Erthrindir, not Erthrindir, sorry. Irina's turn comes next. She looks up at the wall. Shit, is there any way to get through it? And in response, Esmeralda pounds a fist against it. Damn it, I can't seem to break it. Irina glances at Metreon. Do you think there might be another way in?
I don't know. I don't see no other ways in the rooms. Maybe from outside.
She frowns, clenching her fist. I don't know. That might be too far. Wait, we've seen one other secret door in this place. Maybe there's another in one of these rooms. Give me a hand if anyone can. And she's going to step into the room to the right-hand side and use her action to look around for any secret doors.
Ooh.
Does not roll very highly, unfortunately. Shit, I can't seem to find anything. Can I get some help in here? Alright, that is the end of Irina's turn. Davian is up. As he says, right, one moment, I'll be right with you. And he's going to step inside after Irina. And he's going to try to investigate as well for a secret door. And not roll very well. Feck! Don't see nothing in here. Try the other side if anyone can. Or break down that damn wall. Alright, Earthrendeer, you are up.
All right. He's going to step briskly out of the way and then look over at Kiva. Hey, if we're gonna have to fight, can I cast a spell on you?
Sure, yeah.
All right, just listen. And finding his center, his balance, he taps into the magic of the Blade Song once again, and then channels it. And you, Kiva, and Amity, you begin to hear a song you'd recognize flowing through the air as he raises his wand like a baton. It's a brisk Vistani dancing song that you've heard only once at the top of the Vistani camp a few days ago. And as it swells, he casts haste on Kiva.
Ooh, what does that do?
Okay, quite a bit. So, you add +2 to your AC. You have advantage on dex saves. Your speed is doubled. And you have an additional action on your turn that you can use to dash, disengage, hide, or hit someone with a weapon.
Oh, yes.
Yep, and the description's in the chat.
Oh, this is amazing. I'm
Yep.
losing it.
And then he is going to turn back towards the other 3 warriors and draw his sword. And that is his turn.
Alrighty, with that, Earthrendeer, your turn comes to an end. Lillison.
Actually, a readied action goes off.
Yes, a readied action does go off.
As Amity casts Shatter, summoning the visage of the big bad wolf. I assume the window in the middle here just blows outward into the open air, but also whatever this stone wall is blocking us from our friends takes 20 thunder damage.
Okay. There's a resounding blast as the Shatter spell bursts with sonic energy and speed. You watch as shards and splinters of the stone wall go flying everywhere, scarring it as this cloud of dust rises all around you, forcing you to cough and sputter. And slowly as it filters down, you look toward the wall and see it is barely damaged.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Amity grits her teeth. All right, Lillison's turn.
Alright, Lillison, you hear the sound of an explosion, the familiar sound of Amity's Shatter spell, albeit muffled, from the northern side of the manor, upstairs somewhere.
All right. Lillison's going to use her action to cast message to Metreon, saying, "Is everything all right? Do you need help up there?"
No, not everything's all right. Get up here. They're trapped behind something. There's ghosts.
Okay. Upon hearing that, Lillison is going to use her move to start getting up there.
Okay. In that case, I believe...
That's the first 30 feet to get up the stairs.
Mhm.
And then she's going to use bonus action dash. I appear to be running into a wall.
That is very odd. Let me move you. There we go. Are you all... There we go.
Yeah, I believe I can only get to about this door-ish but that'll be her turn.
Okay. You take off running, leaving the dreary view of the rain-smeared cemetery behind as your shoes pound up the dusty old staircase back to the top of the balcony overlooking the chapel and swiftly making your way to the door out to the main corridor. As you said, that is the end of your turn and the beginning of Ismark's turn. With a grunt and a roar, he's going to move up to the wall, charging it, and try to just slam it with his shoulder. Making an athletics check. (16). Unfortunately not quite good enough as he slams against it and then grunts, rebounding off of it. Damn it, I thought that blast might have weakened it at least a little bit. Esmeralda, Metreon, do you have anything that can help?
And you can see that Metreon is freaking out, even though he's got a different face on.
Alright, Ismark will end his turn, and with that, it is the turn of our friends, the ghosts.
Please wreck our shit.
Kiva, you hear the screaming of these spirits echoing through the halls, and you can actually hear the clanking of armor, what sounds like in the distance the nickering and braying of horses, the clashing of steel swords, as altogether these spirits rush toward you in a gale of memories and spiritual ethereal steel.
God damn it.
And then we have some from Earthrendir's side as well.
Hi, friends.
Okay then, so we've got 3 are going to pull out their longswords that kind of shimmer with this silvery blue ethereal energy, and they together are going to whirl in attacks toward Earthrendir, each one attacking twice.
Ah, boy.
Holy. I can't wait for this wall to come down and for everyone to just say 3 dead bodies.
Earthrendir, that is a 10 and a 22 to hit.
He is going to raise a shield for the 22.
Okay, that shield of swirling mist comes up, almost strangely teleporting the blow and avoiding it entirely as it transports it through this ethereal space. The second one's attacking you twice. 14 and a 24.
The 24 hits.
The 24, with the second one just kind of shifting its weight very faintly through the air, moving faster than any physical flesh and blood being should be able to, ducks right under the breadth of your shield and slices you across the side for 8 points of force damage. And the final one attacking with a 22 and a 14, which I believe both miss.
Both miss, yes, and I need to roll a concentration check.
Yes, please.
Oh,
Even with the blade song, that's a 9. So
Do you have
haste is
advantage on?
down.
Don't you have advantage on those?
I don't have Warcaster.
Oh, that's unfortunate. So, Kiva, you immediately feel the effects of the haste spell drop, and I believe she's stunned for 1 round.
Not stunned, but unable to take any actions for on her
Holy
next turn.
Gotcha.
shit.
Yeah. Is not good.
Double-edged sword, I'm afraid. Okay, with that, we've got 2 on Amity, 2 on Kiva, taking advantage of their opening. First against Amity. This is going to be a 9 and a crit against Amity.
wow.
Well, the crit does hit.
Okay, that will be 17 points of force damage.
Oh.
As it whirls the blade forward and actually passes slightly through your torso, and you feel this reverberating through your whole being as though something ethereal, something internal to you has been harmed, something you cannot feel, but in your soothsayer's eyes, you can see just faintly a blurring of a silvery white mist across the place where the blade cut, and somehow in your heart you know that it wasn't you that was just struck. It was a part of your soul.
Yeah, Amity screeches, very high pitched.
All right, and then Kiva, 2 coming right at you. That is a 22, and oof, another crit.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, that'll be 5 points of force damage plus 14 points of force damage for a total of 19.
Okay. All right. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine.
Okay, that is the end of their turns. Next up, we got Metreon. What are you doing?
Well, hearing the blast and seeing the stone wall there and seeing Davian and Irina still looking around but not able to find anything, and then hearing his friends cry out, his eyes start around. I'm an idiot. And he's going to run away. And he's going to use his action and not his action, maybe his action, but he's going to definitely use his movement and bonus action to get up to the 3rd floor.
Okay.
For some reason, there we go. Yeah. So I don't know how much further I need to go, but I'm looking for this Godfrey person.
Okay. You can climb the stairs if you would like. If you have enough movement.
It says it's colliding with one last wall, so...
Let me move you then. Okay, you pound away from the stone wall, swiftly ascending to the 3rd floor. Just as you hear a door behind you click open, ascending toward the place where you last saw Godfrey and the other Knights of the Order.
All right, so I'm going to have to use my action to do this, but... fuck. Do I do this? Fuck it. We're live. So I'm going to go ahead and... Is it a free action to open a door?
It is a free environmental interaction, so yes.
So I'm going to open the door. Still in the armor of the Revenant, but with the face of the man that was in the painting downstairs. I burst open the door with my foot.
All right. As you do so, you hear the shuddering of undead flesh as the Revenants slowly turn back to face you.
Oi, please, you gotta turn this off. You gotta make it stop.
You hear Godfrey's voice rasp. What do you ask of us?
Turn whatever the hell's going on down there. The wall, the ghosts, everything. We just want to leave.
He slowly closes his eyes. Their spirits fight on, under the command of another. Would that I could halt them.
All right, that's my turn for now.
Okay, that is the end of Metreon's turn. Next up, I believe we have Kiva, who cannot take any actions, if I'm not mistaken.
Unfortunately.
Yay, but I can bonus action activate the Sun Sword, so.
That is correct. The sun sword blazes to life, illuminating the corridor with 30 feet of sunlight.
And then she's going to tell Amity, sort of like half doubled over against the wall, keep Erthrendir alive. Keep yourself alive. Go help him. I'm a little more hurty than the both of you, okay?
We're gonna get you out of here.
I know. And she's gonna try to get her to back up and go help Erthrendir because he's got 3 on his own, and he knows that she knows that he's squishy. And then that's her turn, I guess.
Okay. Esmeralda will, on her turn as it begins, take a step back, raise her arm past Ismark, and shout a word as 3... Actually, no. That'll be 3 4, 5, 6 bolts of arcane force spiral out from her hands, slamming against the wall, dealing a total of... That's going to be 3 each, so a total of 18 points of force damage. Her eyes widen for a second as she waits to see if it worked. From the other side, you hear another impact, another cloud of dust and stone splinters coming up, but the wall itself seems damaged, cracked in some places, but certainly not ready to crumble yet. You hear an audible grunt of frustration. All right, Amity, you're up. The windows in the center of the room has been blown out. The the panels are starting to look a bit cracked, but not wholly demolished. And Erthrendir and Kiva are entirely surrounded by platoons of spirit warriors. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's a tough situation. So, given that this stone wall isn't ready to crack, and given that Amity is, just like me, not good at making decisions, she's going to turn to her companions. Just follow me. Just get out of here. Anywhere where our friends can help us fight. Just not here. And she is going to say, and the rabbit Elachira was able to escape even death, like you, she says. And she's going to look out the window. And us three little friends, we can each teleport 30 feet to a point where we can see. Amity recommends you choose to point outside the window. Amity, standing next to a window, can choose the ground, so that's nice. You might fall a little. But just, we need to get somewhere where our friends can help us.
Okay.
I'm gonna move Amity outside the window. Oh, I can't do that, sorry. The map doesn't realize I can do this.
You're good. So, as you summon the power of the spiritual tail, you watch as the 3 silvery hairs emerge from the air alongside you, each one offering a small paw up toward you.
Yeah, absolutely. Although I do have a question.
Yes.
Is from where we're standing, is the ground more than 30 feet away? Or are we going to be having to fall?
You're only on the 2nd floor. I'd say you're about 20 feet up. I would say that you, due to your current angle, cannot see the ground within 30 feet. It's more like, but like you can put yourself like, I don't know, 10 feet above the ground. Same for Kiva.
Then yes, please, God.
Okay. In that case, the 3 of you take the paws of the silvery hairs.
I don't know. I don't know.
Do you? Oh, it's up to Kiva.
My instinct is telling me not to do it. I don't know. I'm sorry I'm holding this up. This is like genuinely a tough decision for me. Because I truly feel like she would stay.
It's up to you. You've got no allies, 7 spiritual warriors. You can hear Esmeralda cursing from the other side of the wall, Ismark pounding against it.
We're only 20 feet off the ground?
Yes.
Alright, fuck it. She's gonna stay. She'll jump if she needs to.
She can still teleport 30 feet to any space she can see in this hallway if she wants to. But
Great.
Wow, that's an amazing decision.
Yeah, no. Because, she's gonna stay.
Okay. In that case, Erthrendir and Amity poof outside. Amity on the ground. Let me move you out there. And Erthrendir poofing into the air and then falling 10 feet. I'll need you to roll 1d6, a d6 for me, please, Erthrendir.
Yep. 2.
2. You take 2 points of bludgeoning damage and fall flat on your face.
Ow!
Kiva, why did you do that? Amity's like, no. Amity's just gonna use a bonus action to roll on the spirit table again, utterly befuddled by Kiva's actions, and use whatever movement she might have to like back up and just try to get a view of this battle through the windows.
All right, very good. With that, Irina and Davian take their turns. Kiva, you hear footsteps swiftly retreating from the other side. It's not loud, but There does seem to be movement on the other side of the wall. You hear it muffled, maybe in here, and then the voice fades. Alright, Earthrendir, you find yourself prone on the ground, face into the mud, and upstairs you see the flickering forms of the ethereal warriors still surrounding Kiva as she swirls and tries to parry them, deflecting their blows, evidently cornered.
He looks over at Amity. Oh, god damn it. Okay, no, this ain't happening. And he stands just furious and is going to rush towards the wall and until he has a good view on Kiva. And he yells, if you're determined to have a noble fucking sacrifice, then do it well. Haste! And she is going to have, because he has gotten the impression these fuckers, pardon the language, do not have a ranged attack, she's getting hasted again.
One more time.
One more time.
All right. With that,
yeah.
Yep.
And then he's going to just stay down there because he has a plan.
All right, Kiva, you feel your sluggish limbs speeding up once again as the stunned effect wears away, and you feel adrenaline jolting once again in your system, your senses on high alert, crackling like electricity, as suddenly the movements of the warriors around you seem so sluggish and slow. The sunsword blazes, singing a song of defiance in your hands.
Oh boy.
All right, and now it is Lillison's turn.
Yeah, so I have a question. When I previously cast Blink and went into the ethereal, how did that affect my perception of the material plane?
You could see a short distance around you. It seemed wispy and strangely ethereal, all rendered in blues and whites and grays. You could, almost see through things and people and structures and walls. And you felt like you could pass through them if you tried. But it was, again, a limited sphere of vision, I believe.
Okay, so do I have the impression that if I went into the ethereal, I could go through walls, like I could choose to pop out on the other side of walls, even if I can't see them while on the material?
Very much so.
Excellent, I will hold you to that. Gonna take my movement to move there, and I suppose my bonus action will only get me here-ish. Yeah, she's going to see Ismark and Ez and just look around very quickly and say, "What's going on? Where are the others?"
Esmeralda glances back over her shoulder toward you. I'm not sure, some kind of magical trap. They stumbled into it on the other side and this wall appeared. From the sound of it, I think there might be some kind of... there's a fight clearly on the other side. I don't know if it's spirits or what, but from the sound of the blades, it is not pleasant. We need to get them out of there.
Lillison nods. She is going to go ahead and, give Ismark and Ez a just sort of reassuring nod and say, I'll see if I can get on the other side. And she's going to cast Blink.
Okay. Do you need to roll for this, or do you immediately pop over the first time?
I will roll for this.
Very good.
Okay, so on this turn I remain on the material.
Okay, very good.
And that's the end of my turn.
Great. Alright, Ismark is up. He is going to grunt with frustration and try to smash the wall with the hilt of his sword. It's not doing much, but it's its best, bless him. Yeah, he's going to deal 3 points of piercing damage to the wall. That is the end of his go. Okay, next up. It is our friends' turns. So, Kiva. They meet eyes with you, each of them stepping forward as they whirl, their blades dancing around you, each one parrying from a different angle, the flanks growing almost too intense to control. That's going to be a lot of attacks coming your way, so
That's
be
fine.
warned.
That's fine. This is fine.
That is a 9 and a 17.
Both miss. Oh, come on.
22 and 15.
22 hits.
5 force damage.
Okay.
Third one attacks. 11 and 12, both miss. Fourth one attacks. 14 and 22.
22.
On the 22, Erthrindir spits. Over here, dipshits. And that 22 is now a 20, which
Still hits. Okay, it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. She appreciated it. She loves you so much.
Alright, you suffer 7 points of force damage.
Okay.
And the last one will attack twice. That is a 21 and an 18.
21.
4 points of force damage.
My favorite Elton John song is playing in my head right now.
Oh, what might that be?
I'm still standing, baby. Let's go.
Hey! You are... Amity and Arthur, you can barely tell what's going on up there, but all you see is this blazing nimbus, almost like, you know how, like, glow sticks look when you, like, swirl them around in the air? Like these blazing trails of light that hang in the air? That's what Kiva looks like right now, with the sun sort of blurring through the air, forming this, like, veil of radiant light as her senses and body move swifter than you've ever seen a human or elf's figure move through the air. It is stunning and somehow terrifying to behold. You watch as 2 blows injure her, but she just keeps going. That is the end of their turn. Kiva's up.
Let's fucking go, my brothers. So, taking the chance to do this, I'm gonna go for these first 3, the closest to the windows, and I'm gonna reckless each one.
Okay. The one by the window, you said?
With the sun sword. I really want to make sure they hit.
Do
respect
it.
role-playing
Do it.
commitment.
Go in.
I know, I'm so stupid.
I respect it.
Alright.
First one is a 22.
That will certainly hit.
So, I guess 13 points of damage altogether. These guys are undead, right? That counts?
Yes.
Yep.
And then, do I roll an extra thing for that, I think?
No,
No, that's only
for the sun
to
sword.
the-
It's built in.
Next is 27.
That will certainly hit.
17 points of damage.
Alright, it is looking wispy, ethereal, almost like a strong breeze might sweep it away.
All right, then she's going to finish off the one that's looking weak rather than use the third attack on the third one. That's a 24.
Oh wait, were you spreading it out across all 3, or were you focusing on one?
I was doing all 3, but if
Oh yeah, no, I was assuming this was not a spin attack. If it is a spin attack, then none of them are looking hurt.
okay, that's fine. That's fine. I want to try to get as much of them damaged as possible, just in case they phase through the wall to go to other people. So the last one, the one closest to the wall here, is going to be a 24 to hit.
That'll certainly hit.
9 points of damage.
Okay.
And that's about all she can do. She's going to free action yell as loud as she can. If any of you mind getting through this fucking wall, I'd really appreciate it. And that's all she's going to do.
You hear a response from the other side, Ismark. We can't! It's too thick! We don't have a way of getting through!
Then bring my body back to the damn abbot!
You hear very muffled swearing from the other side. Okay.
Yeah, that's my turn.
With that is the end of Kiva's turn. Esmeralda will take her turn. shouting with frustration, she is going to lift a hand, step up to the wall, and as it... Actually, let me see what she can do. Unfortunately, not much. Shit. Kiva! Whoever... She's going to try to call through the wall, her voice muffled. Can you make it to the bottom? Maybe they won't chase you outside!
I'll try.
Alright, that is going to be her turn. She's just going to take a step back from the wall. Lilison, you notice, looking slightly helpless. Amity, you're up. You were on the ground, looking up at Kiva fighting.
I should have a turn?
Oh, yes, sorry. I somehow... Oh, you left the field, that's why. Yes. Yes, what was your initiative, if you remember?
It was 9.
Gotcha. Alright, it is your turn. What are you doing?
Yeah, so I heard Godfrey say that they're not under his command, right?
Yes.
Whose bloody command are they under? Where are they?
He slowly shakes his head. The only one that could command any of those that linger here would be the commander. But I doubt that he would rouse himself to such. They are too blinded by their hate, and he unwilling to move.
My boy is not smart. He slaps the door frame as hard as he can with his hand in frustration. And he is going to... Remembering Randy telling him not to go into that room because there was a very scary man in there. He is going to assume that that's where the commander is. So, in his haste and in his panic, he is going to run that way.
All right. How far are you able to get?
So he's got 30. I'm going to keep my bonus action I'm going to keep it for right now. But my action is, oi, you're the guy in charge of this place.
There's a slow sigh. I have spoken with your friends. Do what you will. It does not concern me.
Well, listen, if it don't concern you, then we don't concern you. And if you want us out of here, we'll go. Or maybe you can tell your friends to just stop and let us go freely, and we won't bother you no more. And
Do it.
What? Come on.
He's gonna try and cast suggestion.
Okay. Let me check something.
We're gonna be fighting a war on 2 fronts. Let's go, brothers!
We're the best around.
Okay, you watch as you exhale the familiar black cloud of the suggestion spell. It curls across the room, wisping toward Vladimir's throne, and then dissipates at a flourish of his gauntleted hand. I do not take kindly to those that wish to impress their magics upon me. Accept this mercy, and be gone, before I must waste any further time with your people.
Bloody fuck. I'll take that. And he's going to use his bonus action to dash away.
Okay, very cool. That is the end of your turn then, I believe.
It is.
Okay, in that case, now, Amity, you're up. You're looking at Bakiva. She is not doing so hot.
Yeah, she ain't. But Amity doesn't know what absolute friggin' nonsense is happening in the rest of the mansion, so she is going to back up to get a good view of Kiva. She says, I thought I could trust you to follow me, but You don't work together, do you? I should have known. It's in your nature. I'm the frog, and you're the scorpion. Amity is gonna cast polymorph, and Kiva, her limbs sort of shortening, becoming crusted with the exoskeleton as she grows this giant stinger, and she becomes a giant scorpion.
All right, I'm assuming Kiva's not going to resist this. You can see this spiraling of silver black magic coming in through the window.
Can I try
Yes?
to? Because she has no idea what's going on. She's gonna
I would say that you can see faintly through the window Amity lifting her hand and casting a spell that wisps through the air toward you. It is up to you if you resist or not, but you can see it's coming from Amity. She seems to be worried from her current position.
Oh my god.
As she does, you feel strength beginning to surge through your muscles. You feel a vigor returning to you. Do you resist the spell?
No, let's do it.
All right, in that case, Erthrindir, you watch as Kiva's form suddenly swells, twisting, her skin forming into strange reddish black platelets covered in thorny spikes all across it, thundering out to fill the entirety of the corridor as this scarlet black monstrous scorpion fills the entire space. Let me drag that onto the map.
But can the sun sword still be used?
No, the sun sword vanishes into your form.
We're making optimized decisions.
Control of
people.
this token.
But
We're tactical geniuses.
Imagine instead of just a scorpion stinger, just like actually the sun sword.
Yeah, right? Can we just have like a lightsaber
Yeah,
as
that'd be
a stinger?
so cool. Just a giant glowing scorpion.
This is unfortunate. I'm not sure how to give you control of this. 1 second, please.
Can Scorpion be blue?
Blue.
All good. All right, Serenity, do you see that stat block?
Where is it? Let me see here. Where would it be? Because right now my map is like super grayed out.
We linked it in Discord.
Yeah, I have that Discord one, but not the. If there's anything on the Forge.
Nope,
thing,
just
I
Discord
don't
is
see it.
fine.
Okay, perfect.
All right, we can just go old school dice rolling for this. So, Kiva is now a giant scorpion. Amity, is that your turn?
Before she goes, Erthrindir just kind of watches Agog, and then realization hits. Wait, we both have magic. I'm a dumbass. Amity, can you help me? Give me any inspiration you can.
I mean, of course, anything. Yeah. Amity will use her bonus action to give you bardic inspiration, and that's her last one.
Thank you.
Okay, very good. That is the end of Amity's turn. With that, Irina will use her action to search the room. Rolling pretty high, but not finding any secret doors. So listen, you hear her disappointed shout echoing through the corridor. Okay. That is the end of Irina's turn. Alright, with that, Davian's turn is up. Listen, you hear footsteps retreating from the room in which he and Irina were in, but you do not see anything else. Okay, with that, Erthrindir, you're up.
Okay, with Amity's help and inspiration, he squeezes onto her hand and then looks up. Don't know why. All right. Why don't always have to do brute force things? This is magic, which means it can be turned off. And Erthrindir steps back, raises his wand, squinting, like closing one eye like a champion archer, and is going to try and cast Dispel Magic on the wall of stone.
Ooh!
Okay, I'm going to need you to make a charisma check for me.
I'm aware. I do get a bonus to this thanks to Jack of all trades, so that is
Very
a
nice.
d20 plus 4. And I'm going to use Amity's Bardic Inspiration. That's an 11.
Unfortunately, you feel the magic wrapping around the stone wall before you, and then just pitter out, unfortunately.
Oh, god damn it! Alright, good thinking, darling. And I presume throwing a grappling hook would be an action.
I would say that... I would say yes, that would be an action.
Alrighty. Then can he just straight up use some of his movement to start free climbing the front of the mansion, like jumping from seeing if he can just get as high as he can, trying to grab onto the window ledge?
I mean, from your current position, you do see that there appears to be another way into the mansion. Unfortunately, it is a locked iron gate from this northern passage. You're kind of standing on the middle of a trail right now.
I thought we fell, like, right next to the manor.
Oh, you did, but there is a locked iron gate here that now you
I
look
know,
down
he
at
wants
the
to
first
climb
floor.
the wall.
You can try. Give me an athletics check.
I can also fail. 13.
Unfortunately not. You try to get a grasp on any part of the wall, but the bricks and mortar are still so slippery from the rain that you just fall back to the muddy ground.
God damn it. Alright. That's his turn.
Alrighty then, that is the end of your go. Lillison, you're up.
Okay. Lillison would like to see whether there's a part of the wall that has taken more damage.
The left side panel.
Okay. She is going to say, as the room to the right, there are windows, and there are windows in the tower adjacent. If you have a rope, perhaps we could find a way in that way.
She gives you a nod.
And then she turns her attention to Ismark and says, Ismark, there's that crack near your left hand. Try focusing on that. And he will get a help action attacking the wall on his turn.
Okay.
And then she's going to move up to the wall and make an acid splash attack also against that section of the wall.
Alrighty.
I don't know if the wall has to make a dex save, honestly.
Unfortunately, the text is a creature you can see. The wall is not a creature.
Okay, well, would you let me roll that back and make a weapon attack?
Yes,
or...
I would allow that.
All right, cool. That's gonna be a 10 with a dagger.
Unfortunately, the dagger just glances off the side of the wall. This is a tough wall of stone.
Yep. She kind of sighs, like she expected this, and waits to see if the end of her turn will take her into the ethereal.
Alright, let's find out.
That's a 10. It will not.
Unfortunate. Alrighty then. Ismark is up. He is going to make an attempt, directed by Lillison, planting his short sword right in there and slamming his weight into the crack as best he can. First attack is a 15, dealing 11 points of slashing damage. Then he's going to attack again with a long sword and with a short sword. That is 1 hit, 1 miss. That's another 11 damage. Not doing a whole lot. It's still up. It's looking a bit more cracked and splintered, but not doing great. He just grunts in frustration. Is anyone still over there? What's going on? Unfortunately, Earthrendir and Amity are too far to hear, and Kiva is a scorpion. He turns to Lilison wide-eyed. What the hell is going on? It sounds like they're still fighting, but no one's responding.
Well, if they are still fighting, that means they're not all unconscious. Perhaps they're a bit busy.
He swallows. Alright, it is your boy's turn. As it's time for
Let's
6 Phantom
go!
Warriors to attack
Let's
Scorpion Friend.
No!
You reckless attacked last turn, right?
Yep. Yep, I did.
First one's a
And
crit. Second
my
one's an
AC
11.
is only 15, so yeah.
Okay.
the crit hits.
You are still hasted at 17.
Oh, okay.
It's
Okay.
silly.
Alright, that'll be...
Haste applied to Scorpion.
Fast, Scorpion.
Yeah! Alrighty then. So, that'll be 19 points of force damage for you.
Holy shit. All right, I gotta do math now.
Next one will attack. That is a 22 and a 24.
Both of those hit.
Alright, that is going to be a total of 14 points of force damage.
So 33 total so far?
No. I'm down to 19 HP.
I meant 33 taken.
Yes, yeah.
Ye.
And then minus 14.
Yes.
Okay.
Third one's going to attack. That is going to be a 24 and another crit.
Yep, those.
You have been rolling these crits like crazy, Dragon.
I'm sorry.
She's-
There are a
she's
lot
gonna
of
be-
rolls.
She's gonna be back to Kiva, and then we'll take more damage, I think, right?
Probably. The first one is 6 points of force damage.
Okay.
The second one is 11 points of force damage.
She's got 2 HP left in this form.
Okay. Actually,
Okay.
no, she's got a bit more. Erthrindir's... Okay. Erthrindir cannot cutting words the hit, but he can cutting words the damage. And he's going to. So...
She's got 10.
Yep.
All right. Let's lay it on me. Because isn't there 2 more?
2 more. 19 and 12.
19 hits.
No, it doesn't. You're
Ele-
still hasted.
Hmm.
No.
And no longer a scorpion, I believe.
Oh. No. No.
No,
'cause
she still had 10 points in her.
I still
Scorpion
have 10
form.
in my Scorpion form.
I completely...
Yeah.
Alrighty
yeah.
then.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So this takes me out of Scorpion.
Got you.
So now I'm Kiva again for after any more attacks.
Yep. And you take 1 point of damage
Okay.
from that last
All right.
one.
That's fine.
And then the last warrior is going to attack you twice with advantage.
Holy shit.
That's a 24 and a 16.
24 hits.
4 points of force damage.
She's hanging on by a goddamn thread.
Oh.
Like
I love
literally
optimal
a
play.
thread.
Okay. Metron, it's your turn.
Yeah, your boy's running. He also, for his helpfulness, throws Godfrey the middle finger as he runs by as a free action. So
Godfrey
that's
does
good.
not deign to respond.
It's fine. So he uses half of his movement to get downstairs. Could you put me downstairs?
Yes. There we go.
I am still on the third. Oh, wait, never mind. Just have to switch over. Oh, hi, Davian. All right. He pushes past Davian, and good gravy. For some reason, my token won't move over there. But so I see Irina as I'm coming out, and she's looking around.
Yeah, she looks incredibly frustrated and upset.
Okay, so I'll go into the room. Okay, there we go. And I will try and help her look for some kind of entrance into the other side.
All right. Make an investigation check. Or perception, your choice.
Nope. Oh, well, I would have chosen perception. Can I re-roll that?
I would say just apply the modifier differently.
Yeah, 11.
11. Okay. There's no sign of any secret entrance in here.
As a free action, Metreon tears out his hair and kicks the door in frustration. And that's
Okay,
my turn.
then. Kiva, you are up. You are on your last legs, surrounded by ethereal warriors. Their
All
blades and forms kind of seem to pass through you each time they attack, but you can feel them tugging at something inherent in your spirit, something deeper into your body. Beyond the translucent, flickering ghost before you, you see the window looking down over Amity and Erthrindir. Do you wish to stay?
Yeah, because she doesn't want them to hurt Erthrindir now that she sees him and getting closer. Free action, she's going to like yell to Ez and just say, look, I don't have, I have a lot of regrets, but one of the biggest ones is that I didn't kiss you properly in that fucking tavern. And then she's going to attack the same guys in front of her with the sun sword.
Okay, all three?
Yeah, she's gonna do what she did last time, that like try to cut
Spin
through
move?
most of them. Yeah, spin move. Reckless again, all three.
Alright, go for it.
Oh fuck, that's only an 11.
That'll miss, I'm afraid.
Okay, next 25.
25 hits.
15 points of damage.
Very nice. This one's looking kind of wispy and weak.
19.
19 will hit.
9 points of damage to that last one. And then she's just gonna yeah, that's all she can do right now.
Okay. That is the end of your turn. Esmeralda is up. She's going to shout at Ismark and Lolison, "Get out of the way!" And you watch as she begins charging up electrical energy at the center of her palms, aiming toward the left side panel. Amity, you're up again.
Okay. Would you say that giving Erthrindir a sort of a boost, would that be an action, or would it be like just something I can do?
If you're looking to assist him with the athletics action, that's an action.
Okay, then I won't do it. Amity sort of maneuvers to the side and sees a nice little opportunity, sending classic Bedbag Wolf up here to shatter again that freaking magic wall. Hopefully we can finally get it down. Also, conveniently, the shatter does catch 4 Phantom Warriors in it.
Alright, very nice. Roll some damage, and I'll roll some saving throws.
Yeah, so the damage is 22, halved if they pass a DC 16 con save, which I see one of them has.
Yes, the top left one succeeds, the other ones fail.
And the wall also takes 22.
Okay.
And that's all that
Actually-
Amity can... Yeah?
Nope, just checking, all good. 22.
Yeah, that's all on Amity's turn.
Alright, the stone wall's looking a little more cracked, a little more splintered. It is Irina's turn. She's going to make her way back to the others. There's no other way in. How are we supposed to reach them?
Windows.
She gives you a wide-eyed nod. Right, is there anything that I can do?
There are windows in the room over here. Lilison gestures to the room on the right on the map. If you could try to break one?
She gives a nod, and she's going to quickly make her way across to the right-hand side. She's used her dash action, unfortunately, so she cannot fire her crossbow. Alright, Metreon. You hear the sound of shattering glass and what sounds like the wings of a great bird. But beyond that, you hear nothing else.
Okay.
All right. Let me check something real quick. Alrighty. Earthendeer, you're up.
How high up is the window? From where you're standing. How many feet?
Around 20 feet.
Okay. And he cannot climb it without a check?
No, he cannot.
But throwing a grappling hook would be an action?
Yes, I would say that it's... I would say you would need to roll to hit, but it would be pretty low DC.
But it would be an action.
Correct.
Okay. He's going to hurl Amity the grappling hook. If you can get it up there next turn. If you can get it up there, please. And then he is going to try to climb up to the window ledge.
All right, make another athletics check.
Please.
What'd you get?
3.
3. Unfortunately, I'm so sorry. Those bricks, they're just slippery. Your hands keep trembling and shaking. You can't get a good grip. You feel your entire system and frame just shaking. The adrenaline and terror just getting to every inch of your veins.
He screams and just rage and hate and frustration. And yeah, no, screw it. He's taking the grappling hook back himself. He's going to throw it up there.
All right.
What kind of check am I making with this?
Just make a straight dexterity check for me.
All right.
You just need a 10 to hit.
Don't say that. That's a 6!
You aim true for the frame, and then you realize at the last moment that a pane of glass, so translucent that you could barely see it, was just in the way, and it deflects the hook, which falls to the ground with a clank.
He just looks at Amity. Please, if you can, please. And that's his turn.
Amity kind of smirks slightly at his attempt, but takes the hook.
All right, Lillison, you're up.
Okay. Lillison is going to inspect Ismark's handiwork and say, "Now there, the chipped portion." Again with the help action. And she's going to once again try to make her own dagger strike. 24 to hit for 4 piercing damage.
Very good. That hits. You widened one of the cracks a little bit wider. The wall is looking more damaged than whole at this point, but there's a whole lot of stone holding it together.
Would you say that this particular panel is bloodied, Dragna?
It does not appear to be bleeding, but that sounds about right.
Okay.
It took me a second to realize we were talking about the wall.
Okay, and now the main event. Does Lillison go into the ethereal?
Come on, Lil. Come on, Lil.
She does not. So that is a
Oh.
Rip in peace.
It's okay, guys. You're saving up all the good rolls for later.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
That's obviously.
Mm-hmm.
Dragna with his 500 crits.
Right?
I'm so sorry.
Dragna just really wants to. Dragna just really wants to end this campaign and get to the next one.
He's too invested in Rime of the Frost Maiden.
You've discovered my evil plan. Shit. All right, Ismark's turn. He is going to happily accept Lillison's guidance, although it's not using the guidance spell. Dealing a total of 17 damage to the wall. Not a huge amount, but respectable. He shakes his head. What the hell is this magic shit? As soon as he does, he takes a step back, looking at Esmeralda. And she gives a shout of magically charged rage and defiance as you watch a bolt of lightning leap from her fingertips directly toward the wall panel that you've been attacking. dealing a total of 17 points of lightning damage.
Oh, she's beautiful.
It roars through the wall, ripping through it, a tiny hole clear to the other side. Not full enough to fit through, but just enough that you can, listen, peering through, you can clearly see the window on the other end of it, and the corridor.
All right, now
This
that we
wall
can
is closer to
see
coming
through
down.
it, now that we can see through it, there are so many more spells I can use.
Mm-hmm. Okay, with that, it is the turn
God.
of your boys.
It's me, your boy.
So, did you reckless last turn?
I did.
You did. Okay. Well, this is probably going to hurt.
Yeah, oh, it's definitely gonna hurt.
21 to hit.
Yep.
7 points of force damage.
Okay.
10 to hit.
Miss.
17.
Miss. Missed. Holy shit.
16.
Miss.
15.
Holy shit. Miss.
Let me count the attacks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3 of them have attacked you. 2 more to go.
Okay.
The other 2 are
all right.
trying to reach you, but like they can't get into the space.
Okay. Okay. Miss.
12.
Miss.
16.
Miss. And
I am so sorry.
Yep, she had 1 HP left, and she was holding on for so long. Oh my god. Okay.
So you parry, like drawing on the last dregs of the fuel running through your system. You've never felt so alive in this moment when you're so few inches close to death. You pirouette, dancing, spiraling, deflecting every single blow with the blazing radiance of the sun sword, its song of rage singing in your ears. And then you look down, and there's a ghostly sword poking through your chest.
She just screams until it's silent.
You slump to the ground, unconscious. Metreon, you're up.
Hearing that shriek of terror, Metreon freezes for a moment, and recognizing the voice it's coming from, and he's going to bolt out of the room. Come on, Foundry. And kind of aiming for where that hole that's just been made is. He's going to extend his hand, and he's going to go ahead and fire a few Eldritch Blasts at it.
Okay.
$20.
20 hits.
So that's going to be... Oh, fuck off. 1 point of damage.
Okay.
1 point of force damage. I don't know if that matters. And then he's
All
got
good.
2 more, I think. Yes. No, he's got 1 more. 23.
Hits.
Oh, fucking hell. 2 points of force damage.
2 more. Another few shards of gravel-like stone go splintering up through the air. Lilith, and you have to kind of shield your eyes as the 2 blasts slam against the wall, widening the crack just a bit. Mhm. Is that your turn?
No, he's going to finish with using his bonus action to dash up closer.
Okay.
And that's it.
Kiva, I will need you to make a death saving throw for me, please.
Just a straight D20, right?
Yep.
$11.
That is going to be 1 success. Mark that off on your character sheet.
Okay.
Okay.
Esmeralda is going to fire off another bolt through the crack. Dealing 23 points of lightning damage. You watch as the wall trembles, dust shards going flying everywhere, the crack widening until it's almost 4 or 5 inches across. The whole thing looks closer and closer to growing entirely unstable. Damn it, we're so fucking close. Amity, you're up.
Amity sort of looks at Earthendeer. Is this worth it compared to just trying to get that wall down?
I'm out. There won't be time. She needs to get down here and to get healed now.
And
She's
you're going
out.
to go up there and heal her?
No. I am going to get her down to us. I just need to get up to the fucking window.
Can I trust you have an actual plan and not just, like, go up there and get slaughtered?
I do. I wouldn't have asked if I didn't have one. I promise.
Amity reels her arm back. Dragna, all I need is to get it in the window, or do I need to, like, latch it onto something? Basically, I'm asking if it hurts me at all to try to make this, like, an improvised thrown weapon attack against that guy.
So what you're aiming for right now would be because only one of the windows has been blown out, the central one. That's what I've been presuming you're aiming
if he
for.
can get her up, if he can get him up there, that's perfect.
The second shatter should have blown out the window on the right as well.
Ah, yes. Okay, in that
right,
case, both of them are shattered.
Right,
so,
right window.
I would say you can either try to attack with it, or you can snag the window, not both. Because remember, these are 5-foot squares. These are pretty wide.
I understand. Yeah, I'm just going to snag the window. Amity tosses it up there. It's a perfect throw. And it snags the window perfectly. Sorry, do I have
roll
to
a d20 for me? Yes, please.
Oh,
DC is
rolling.
10. It's a dexterity check.
Oh, this is a dexterity check, not athletics. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Let me do the dexterity check then.
Because it is a ranged attack.
No, that's a complete miss.
It is a difficult day for our grappling hook friends.
Do I need to mage hand through, like, looking through the crack in the wall, like mage hand this?
Please, Mother of God.
Wait, yeah, that's a good point. Can Mage Hand just, like, do this?
Lillison, the hole is basically going through the wall at like a 15-degree angle to the left, so it is not pointed in Kiva's direction even slightly.
But Lillison raises a really good point, which is, can Amity use her, like, psychokinesis to just, like, put the grappling hook in the window as she throws it up?
Psycho.
I mean,
that,
you
like-
could have
telekinetic
done
now?
that. Do you still have an action?
Oh, I mean, I guess if that was an action, then, like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'm afraid you
It's
used
alright,
your
guys.
action this
It'll be
round.
This is what I pay for not taking Mage Hand.
Mage hand is great.
It is! It's a great spell!
If Lillison knew what you were doing, technically she can conjure her mage hand anywhere within range. She doesn't have to be able to see it.
But she doesn't.
Yeah, I could have done the same on my turn. I just, didn't think of it. So,
It's all good. It happens.
excited for the
Learning
death saves.
experiences.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Better in here than in Castle Ravenloft.
Oh god, Castle Ravenloft.
All right, Irina is going to take her turn. She is going. You hear the shattering of glass as she steps forward, and she's going to use the hilt of her rapier to slam through the glass. I've got this one open. What are we supposed to do with it now? I don't have any rope on me.
Get the other window in the tower open. Ez, do you have rope? Matrion, do you have rope?
No.
No.
Ismark!
He just shakes his head, looking pale and wide-eyed.
I know this is not Lillison's turn, but, she's going to gesture frantically at her own backpack. I have a set of clothes in there. You can use that.
Okay. With that, Irina's turn ends. Earthendeer and Amity, you just faintly hear the shattering of glass from the upper floor. It seems to be coming from the western side, but you can't tell from where.
Okay. Okay. Is there any way that he could descend this easier at all? Could he cling onto the gate, or is it just this fucking athletics check?
It's this athletics check or the grappling hook. I'm sorry. It is a sheer wall.
Dragnacarda, I hate you. I love
Sorry,
you,
man.
but I hate you.
There is also climbing up to the second floor.
He can't.
I mean, like going in through the door.
Point taken. He does. He's kind of assumes Kiva has like 6 seconds to live.
All right, Erthrendir, from the upper floor, you hear familiar gruff voice shout, "Oi! You ghostly fuckers! I'm over here!"
Oh, thank you, Davian.
Did my dad come to rescue me?
All
You're
right.
not sure. That is the end of that turn. Erthrendir, you're up.
He is going to try and climb. 8.
Eight
That's an
athletics?
8 athletics.
Oh,
I'm sorry, that's going to be another slip and fall. It's just, you're not having any luck getting up there.
Stop. Fucking hell. Okay. He's throwing the grappling hook.
Okay.
come on, come on, come on.
23.
There we go.
That'll do it.
All right. And he is going to use his movement to just clamber up until he's right beside the window.
All right. You find yourself right up against the window. You see the Phantom Warriors all around Kiva glancing toward the west, though from this current position you can't see what they're looking at. You can see Kiva just unconscious on the ground. Not bleeding, strangely enough, but not stirring either.
No. All right. That's his turn.
Okay. Well, listen, you're up.
Lillison looks back at the small array of people behind her and says, "Who's up next against the wall?"
Metron looks at Ismark.
Ismark raises a hand and nods.
She nods back and says, "Exactly where I strike, then." Which is going to give him the help action. And meanwhile, that's a crit against the wall for
Yes.
7
Okay.
damage. I assume I don't get sneak attack against a wall.
You do not get sneak attack against a wall, but you do manage to widen the opening a bit more. The whole thing is kind of trembling a bit as these splintering cracks spit across it. You feel almost as though as you're striking at it, it's not purely rock, you feel almost as though you're chipping away at the magic that's holding this thing up.
She is going to remember that for later. But
Okay.
for now, we're going to see if this ploy finally works. 14. She's in the ethereal.
Yes.
Metron, she vanishes from sight in that greenish cloud of mist.
Where are you going?
Listen, as you move into the ethereal, you see the walls around you shimmering veils more so than solid objects. Across the way, glancing forward to the right, you see the silhouettes of the Phantom Warriors surrounding Kiva's downed body. Their gaze is currently pointed toward the west, but as you enter the ethereal, several of them swivel their gazes toward you. How far does your gaze reach, by the way?
Excellent question. I know I can exit within 10, but let me see how far I can see.
Okay, you can't see anything more than 60 feet away. Okay.
Sounds good.
Yep. So, looking around, you can just faintly see to the western side, looking up faintly, a bit above the waist, you can see what seems the hazy outline of a door through a pair of walls. And above the wall, beyond that, you see this strange, great black form, blurry, a silhouette. It almost looks winged. It's strange.
Where is this?
2 squares forward and around 8 squares to your left.
All right. Gonna remember that as well.
Okay. I believe that is the end of your go. Ismark is up. He's going to rush toward the wall again, slamming his full weight into it. 22 hits. 22 hits. And with a roar, he slams into it, leveraging with the longsword, and his whole weight smashes against the wall, and it crumbles. This panel falling away, revealing a full 4-foot space below, through which anyone can move or squeeze through. Yes! Fucking yes! He roars, and immediately steps through, eyes wide. And then Pales, oh fuck.
Ismark, you silly goose, you're gonna get killed too.
So hot, though.
Okay. The left side of the corridor is now clear. Alright, that is the end of Ismark's turn. It is ya boys' turns.
Them boys?
Yeah, yeet.
So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, and then Lilith, you watch as two of them turn toward you, their bodies shimmering, and then suddenly becoming much more solid. As they actually step through the walls, moving toward you.
Lovely.
Oh, they can do that. That's right what
They
this
can do
encounter
that.
needed.
Alright. Two of them vanish into this room. And Ismark will take an attack of opportunity on one of them. 17 to hit, which will hit, but will deal half damage. And then their turns begin, as three of them will attack Ismark.
Come on, my boy. Oh, splendid!
Oh my god. No.
That's another crit. So, what is his AC? 17. It's going to be 7 plus 12, so 19, 29 points of damage.
Oh my god.
And then the last one will attack. Missing both of them, Ismark parrying, grunting, "A little help over here, please!"
Aerthrindir yells, "Don't try and fight them! Just get people out! We're leaving!"
Alright, Metreon, you're up.
Seeing my boy bust the wall open, he's gonna rush after him. For some reason, I can't get through the wall.
Sorry, one moment, please. There you go.
Can I move through friendly space? Right?
You can.
Okay. Seeing Kiva there, just slumped down and unconscious, and looking at Ismark fending these things off, Metreon is going to blow past this guy, and he'll take the attack of opportunity.
Alright, that'll be 3 attacks of opportunity.
Oh, cool. Okay. Party.
Oh my god. Let's go. Let's go.
23, 19, and 16.
All of those hit. On the first one, though, I'm going to go ahead and unleash a Hellish Rebuke against it.
Okay, this will be the top left one.
So they need to make a Dex save.
That is a 3.
Beautiful, beautiful. I love to see it. Oh, what am I doing? Chaos, panic.
Pretty much.
All good. While you're doing that, let me tally up the damage you take.
Telling me I can't cast Hellish Rebuke even though I have a spell slot left.
That's all good.
Or-
I would just roll the dice manually using the dice tray.
cool. Yeah.
Yeah. Remember, if it's upcast, you get extra.
Yes, that's 3d10, I believe. Yes. So it's 14 points of fire damage.
All right, as you pass.
Plus, because of my special thing, so that's an additional 3 points of damage.
Okay, as you pass by it, the warrior whirls and stabs toward you, slashing with its longsword. Almost reflexively, you feel your eyes roll back, black, inky void slipping across them like a shadow, and a wave of dark flames sweep out across it. And it evaporates into the air, leaving nothing behind.
Oh, nice. How much damage did I take?
You take 19 points of force damage.
All right, so as I rush up, feeling the blows into my back, looking back at Ismark, looking at Kiva there, I pick her up and I hold her into my arms and I start to wipe away the blood that's on her cheek, and you gotta go, come on, you can't leave me here like this with them. And I'm going to use my healing light.
What?
So I'm going to give Kiva and Ismark both 2d6 points of healing.
Oh my god! You're gonna make me cry.
So that's 7 points to Ismark and 9 points to Kiva. And I'm going to use an additional one for myself. Actually, I'll save it. And yeah, that is my turn.
Okay.
Kiva, and I don't know what it looks like when...
Opening your eyes again once more, as around you see this glittering radiance that shines through the air. You see Metron leaning over your prone form.
She just like collapses against him and just starts sobbing and is like holding on to him like for literal dear life. She sort of looking around in like a panic to see where everyone is, what's going on. I'm assuming she sees Ismark beyond the spectral form is.
Well, I will need you to do something for me first.
Oh, yeah. Oh my god, this is so exciting. Okay.
I will need you to roll a d20 for me.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god, I'm gonna worried she's gonna like lose her faith. 19?
Hey!
What does that mean?
Metron, looking down on Kiva, she seems remarkably unharmed, though you see a strange bluish-white discoloration across part of her chest where the clothes have torn open, right below her collarbone. But other than that, she seems remarkably unharmed. You rolled a minor scar.
Oh, okay. All right, buddy. All right, well, that
Chick
means...
stinks cars.
She can, yeah, chick sticks cars. That means she can go be stupid again. All right,
Oh, no.
She's up. She's gonna, well, she sees Ismark in trouble. She's not gonna leave her friend like that.
Very fair.
2 attacks. Let's go. No, I want that advantage. Okay, we'll go reckless. And I guess we'll go for the one that's not like directly engaged with Ismark, the one that's right in front of her.
Go for it.
First one is a 27.
That'll hit.
13 points of damage. And then a 21.
Well, hold on, partner. Partner. 13 is enough. As you slice through it and cut it to pieces in a blaze of radiant light.
Yeah, she's just like screaming and crying, and it's very intense. And then, okay, so then her second one will go to the second friend.
Alrighty.
And that's a 21 to hit.
That'll hit.
16 points of damage.
Okay. Kiva, back in form.
Let's go, brothers. All right, that's her turn.
Alright. Esmeralda will take her turn. Geez, what's going on here? She's going to step forward and she's going to slice and dice this ghost in front of her. Second attack hitting true and slicing across its chest. It vanishing. Come on, we need to get the hell out of here. Where's the others?
Someone is outside.
They
I
jumped
am
out
right
to the-
next to you. I have a grappling hook down to the ground. Take it, or I am going to kill you again.
Kiva just like nods and like just looks very out of it. She's gonna go, yeah, on her.
Esmeralda's going to step in and use her free environmental interaction to basically, as forcefully as she can, not with an action, but just shoving your weight toward the window.
This is like not the fucking friendly interaction I was expecting.
All right, that is the end of her turn. Amity, you're up. You
I
don't
hear
see any
someone-
sight of any Phantom Warriors.
I hear someone wants a way out. And Amity is going to toss up the grappling hook much too low, but then it sort of levitates up to the window.
It's already there.
Wait,
Earthen's
sorry, what?
hanging onto it.
Oh, Airthreader put it on his turn? I totally missed it. I thought I
Yep.
still had it. Well, whatever.
Nope.
There's a rope hanging from the window, right? Then, like, what do I even care? Everyone's just going to climb down. Are there any,
Perfect.
like, problems up there? Are we good?
We are swimming in problems, I'm afraid to say, darling. Somebody just ran off to distract the other three. I don't know where they went.
The other three... Oh, God. Amity is going to, I guess, run around to the front of the building just to see if she can intercept some other three.
Okay.
This might be completely irrelevant, but Amity doesn't know what's
That's
going
fine.
on either.
All right. Is that as far as you can move?
That's just, oh, come on. You know that's as far as I can move.
Alrighty. Irina will take her turn, dashing out to join the rest of you. Oh, good. She looks over at Ismark. Are you alright? Is everything... Right, okay. And she's going to make her way to follow Esmeralda. Not quite able to get there with her dash, but she's right at the precipice. Okay. Let's see. Kiva and Metreon. You hear the sound of beating wings at the western end of the corridor. Glancing down past Ismark, for a split second, you think you see a great black feathered form diving through the southwestern window of the far tower and then vanish through the empty space. And then it's
Kiva
gone.
thinks she's just like seeing like weird death visions, so she dismisses it out of hand.
Listen, you see the blurred, blackish silhouette move away from you in this same direction.
All right.
Aerthrendir, you're up.
Earthendir just clambers in through the window. All right, this is an evacuation, ladies and gentlemen. Please exit out the window in an orderly fashion, starting with nearly dead, far too brave idiots that's names start with a C. And then he just hugs her. Oh, thank God. I was so fucking scared. I just later.
Later.
Get out the bloody window.
Yes. And then he's going to... I would like to be back inside for the moment. He's
Okay.
going to stand next... but I can't get through the wall. But he's going to stand
Oh,
next to
you're good.
Ismark as kind of a walking shield. All right. How bad does Ismark look?
He's looking pretty beat up.
And
Like
you
he's
go
shaking,
next.
trembling, struggling not to drop his sword. He gives you a shaky nod.
Ez and I can take care of things. And where's Lillison?
I don't know, she just vanished like she did before.
Oh, okay, she's probably fine in that case. Can Aerith see through the window to these two spectral warriors? Or see through the door?
I would say yes. You can see two spectral warriors looking up and across the western side of the room. They look slightly bewildered.
Alrighty. Aerith's not going to begrudge them that, but he is going to take up a guarding position and ready in action for if any of them come towards this group, he is going to blast them with a firebolt. And that's his
All
turn.
right. Lillison, your turn begins, and I will adjust the dynamic lighting for a second so you can see the situation you're in.
Thank you.
You are immediately adjacent to two very, very solid-looking phantom warriors that are bearing their longswords against you, each one raising them up to strike. In the ethereal plane, you can just faintly see the blurry outlines of what your companions are doing.
All right.
But
and
you've got
you
two
said,
up right next to you.
You said previously that I could that in the while I was in the ethereal, I could sort of see through like walls and stuff like that, and if I chose to, I can manifest on the other side.
Yes, it's rather like wall hacks if you're in like a FPS or something. Like you can just faintly see like these blurry outlines on the other sides of the walls. Like they don't seem quite real to you.
All right, I would like to manifest 10 feet down on the first floor.
All right, passing down through the floor.
Yes.
Okay, that will trigger attacks of opportunity unless you'd like to disengage first.
I believe that's just like at the start of my turn, I choose where to blink out.
Oh, okay. Then in that case, yes, I would say that that's fair.
All right.
You blink out back onto the first floor, and I'll move you there.
I think you have to be able to see it, though, right?
She
That's-
very faintly can.
That
Oh,
is why I asked for all the clarifications.
Awesome,
And
awesome.
you know, if somebody can clip this on Twitch for when we do the same thing in Castle Ravenloft, I would very much appreciate that.
Oh boy. But yes, you reappear. How far can you do it? 10 feet away?
10 feet away.
You reappear 10 feet off of the ground in the wine storage chamber, falling 10 feet onto the stone floor below. Roll a d6 for me.
4.
You take 4 points of bludgeoning damage as you land smack on your face.
All right. She is going to pick herself up, wincing, and go, I should have aimed for the barrels. And then she's going to cup her hands and shout upwards in Draconic, "Follow me if you can!" And then she's going to start running.
Okay, run you shall.
Gonna use object interaction to open that door.
Very good.
Gonna bonus action dash this away. And I don't know, she still has an action left. Yeah, she's going to hold an action to cast Acid Splash at any revenants that come within range for it.
Okay, very good. With that, your turn ends and Ismark's begins. He will... Yep.
End of turn, she goes back into the
Yes.
ethereal.
Poof. There you go. Looking around with your ethereal vision once more, you can just faintly see on the other side of the northwestern wall, kind of crouched on the grassy, muddy surface outside of the western tower, Davian's green-cloaked form. Facing away
Interesting.
from you. Seems kind of blurry, though. You can't quite make out the details, given the ethereal plane separation. Alright, and with that, as his turn begins, Ismark will happily and somewhat tiredly begin climbing down the grappling hook. He'll do a fireman's slide rather than climbing, so that he can reach the ground.
Phenomenal.
I'll fucking rope burn, he says to himself.
I love.
But that is the end of his turn. Our phantom boys shall make the next go. Lillison, in the ethereal plane, you see two of them looking down toward you through the ghostly, shimmering outlines of the architecture around you and begin to sink through the ground, their wills projecting them through the ethereal substrate. As they do, in fact, follow you through the
Excellent.
stone.
Do they come within range?
Yes, they most certainly do.
They absolutely do. Dex saves, please.
Sure. They do have to dash to get here, though. That's a 9 and a 15.
All right. Well, the one that rolled a 9 is going to take 6 acid damage.
Alrighty. Let me just check something. Okay, they have no resistance or immunity to it. Excellent. Somehow, this like greenish bubbling acid streaked through with red smashes across this ethereal figure's form, which begins to actually slag and melt away in places, looking almost astonished that you were able to injure it. You can see the glow of your magic working around its form, actually seeming to devour part of its spiritual essence.
Love to see it.
Alright, and meanwhile, we have 2 more boys upstairs that are going to rush forward.
And trigger Aerith's firebolt.
Yep. Which one will take it?
The one that is... Oh, I say one on the top. One on the top. For...
Alright, roll a hit.
Okay, for a crit, as the dice once again tell the story.
Hey!
25 fire damage.
Alright, this massive bolt of swirling flame, easily larger than your head, burns through the air, crackling, spitting off embers, and smashes right through the center of the spiritual warrior, leaving a massive gap in its center that then struggles to fill in with faint wisps of misty spirit. But this thing is clearly incredibly weakened by the blow.
Don't you dare touch them.
Both of their eyes fixate toward you, cornering
Good.
you and pulling out their blades. Each of them will attack twice.
Good.
Oh god.
10
oh
and
god.
21.
Hits.
That'll be 10 force damage.
Yep.
16 and another crit.
The crit hits.
That's an 11 points of force damage.
So 21 total.
Yes.
We're chill.
Alrighty, we
okay.
vibing. That is the end of their turn. Metreon, you're up. Airthrindir's holding them off. Ismark's climbed down the rope. What are you doing? Although Airthrindir's looking pretty beat up.
Oh hell. And Metron just shakes his head, and that flash of light emits from his body. His eyes flare up with the energy again, and he's going to give Kiva and Earthendeer an additional d6 of
Oh
healing.
my god, yes!
Thank
Glowing
you.
bitch! Yes!
So, Randy, you take 5,
Thank you.
and Kiva, you take 6.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you fucking owe me. And Metron looks up at the wispy boys. Suck my spooky dick. And he, with his fingers pointed like finger hand crossbows, he's gonna fire an eldritch bolt at each of them.
Alright, do you want to
Someone
do this
please
behind
put that-
Kiva or in front of Kiva? Because that will affect the penalty to your roll because of cover.
Can Kiva crouch down?
No, she cannot.
Damn, okay.
Yeah, I'll move in front of her then.
Okay. Which one are you aiming at?
They're both pretty harried, right?
Yes. The one at the top's looking a little more wispy than the other.
So I'll shoot at the top one first.
Okay, roll the hit.
Uh, 24
That'll hit. Roll damage.
for 10 points of force damage.
It smashes right through, dissipating into shards of mist and fog.
All right, so I'm going to move back towards the window with the rope, and I'm going to use my other blast and shoot at the other phantom.
Okay, this is going to be from behind Aetherny, so this is half cover.
15.
15, unfortunately, just barely misses. It lifts its spectral shield, and the blast shatters harmlessly across it, dissipating into the air.
All right, I give both of them the finger, and by both I mean Randy and the Phantom Warrior, and I'm going to use my movement to climb
He
down.
returns the middle finger without looking backward.
And that's my turn. I'm on solid ground, I
All
think.
Kiva, you are up. Metron just slid out the window. Earthrendir is holding off the final warrior, and Esmeralda looks ready to charge forward. What are you doing? She's
Oh
giving you a
my-
very heavy glare.
Yeah, well, you know what? Bitch, your initiative came after mine. She's going to help Earthrendeer.
As she runs forward, she hears a Kiva. If you do not get out that window, I will kill you again.
Oh, and she'll recklessly swing 2 attacks on this last bucko.
Go for it.
Thank you.
I was hoping you were going to say recklessly swing out the window.
Hopes have been dashed. What's the roll?
16?
Hits.
9 points of damage.
Oh, very well.
20.
That will hit.
13.
You slice the sunsword forward, slamming it right through the spiritual shield, past it into the stomach of this spirit. Its eyes go wide, and a burst, a blaze of radiant energy pours out from its eyes and mouth before it vanishes, evaporating into a burst of searing light.
She will then fall onto her cute little butt, panting very heavily and like looking down at the nasty, jagged scar on her chest now.
All right, with that, Esmeralda will take her turn. By the gods, you are an absolute idiot! And she's going to step forward. She's going to use her action to actually grapple you. Do you resist?
No.
And she's going to move half speed back, and is actually going to try to basically fling you out the window, forcing you to grab the rope or fall.
She'll try to grab the rope. I don't know if
It is very easy to grab the rope. It's
okay,
right
good,
there.
Good. All right, awesome. Yeah, she'll grab the rope and fireman slide down.
All right, that's it for Esmeralda's movement. You figure she'll make the descent next turn. Amity, anything from you?
She just yells to Irina, "Is anyone at all in actual trouble right now, or not accounted for?"
I think we're all right. I don't know where Daviant went though. Listen, we haven't seen her either. Calling out from the window.
Okay, Amity casts Sending. Davian, where are you? Are you okay? Do you need help? What should I do?
You have a response swiftly. I'm outside. Made my escape. I'll meet you all soon.
Awesome. Yeah, Amity's gonna sort of amble back to, and I by amble, I mean dash. Back to her friends. Go, Esmeralda, throw her harder. Alright, that's it.
All right, Irina is going to step out the window and ready an action to slide as soon as... Well, no, keep a fireman slide already, so she's good. Irina's going to follow outside. Davian takes his turn. Aerthrandir, you're up. Anything you'd like to do?
He steps to the window, but before he does, he just turns to Esmeralda and gives her a fist bump.
She takes it, rolling her eyes. We are going to have words.
Oh, are we? Make sure you include me in that one.
That
Of
scares
course,
her more
after
than
you.
anything that has just happened.
She gives you a bow and a very sarcastic flourish.
He returns it, smirking, and slides down.
All right, listen, you are up next to two very handsome spooky boys. What are you doing?
No, I'm not, because I manifest 10 feet to the left of where I am.
Love it.
And
Back in the material plane.
I believe at this rate I can actually just kite them infinitely, because on the material plane I take my move and run 30 feet to the left, and then bonus action 30 more feet.
Okay.
Apparently that collides with at least one wall.
Let me open the door
Slamming
for you.
open. Thank you. Very chivalrous of you.
Mm-hmm.
Slamming herself through the open doors and ending up nearly at the base of the statue in a very symbolic moment. And readies an action to fire some more acid splashes if she sees any more. Oh, hi, Davian.
Yeah.
If she
You
sees
do, in
any
fact,
more
see
Phantom
Davian.
Warriors.
On the ground, but strangely enough, you see what seem not to be hands poking out of his cloak sleeves, but almost like claws with black... You're not sure if that's fur or some kind of clothing? Bracers, perhaps? You're too far to make it out clearly.
That is fair. And without taking an action to do this, just like glancing around, do I see any obvious Strahd spies?
Make a perception check.
23.
23. you do in fact see that wolf from before lingering by the tree line, watching silently from the underbrush.
Okay. She's going to give it a small nod, then turn back to face the open door and wait to see if she goes into the ethereal.
All right,
She
let's
does
find out.
not.
Alas.
Which, if I'm not mistaken, means that on their turns they would have to spend their action to come into the material.
Yep.
Excellent.
All right. With that, that is the end of your turn. Ismark is done. Nothing more for him to really do. He's going to turn her around. All right, do we have everyone? Is everyone okay? Are we missing anything? Where did
Lil's not
Lillison
around.
go?
Yeah, Lilson's not here.
Shit.
Or Davian. All right. Let's get a little distance. We can't just search the house for him. Let's meet up by the dragon statue, maybe. That's central. And if need be, we'll rush in there and drag them out by the neck if need be.
All right. With that, listen, looking behind you, glancing back for a moment, you see the shimmering forms of the spiritual warriors, phantoms, manifesting briefly like a silvery veil, watching you with baleful, glaring eyes from the threshold of Argynvostolt, and then slowly, mist swirling around their forms, dissipate and vanish.
Interesting.
All right. Metron, anything you would like to do on your turn? You're down and out.
He's booking it, yeah. However, like, is he able to get to the dragon statue if he uses his action, dash, and movement?
I would say you can get within eyesight of the dragon statue.
Yeah,
Especially if you use your cunning action.
Okay. And then as I see Davian and Lillison over there, I'll shout out to the others. Hey, they're over here. Come on. Butter statue.
Oh, thank God. Thank you.
And that's my turn.
Okay. Kiva, anything from you?
Using her action to dash as far away from Esmeralda as possible.
Very fair.
So 80 feet as far away from Esmeralda as is physically possible. Yeah, that's her.
All right. And with that, Esmeralda will slide down the rope, slamming both feet on the ground. Stepping back. All right, I think that's everyone we can. Let's see if we can find Lilith and the others. And with a tug, she pulls the grappling hook free. And that's where we're going to end it for our break.
Woo!
That was insane.
That was pretty wild. That was a good time.
Wow. Okay.
We're tactical geniuses, you all.
We did
proven.
our best.
I wonder how many, like, Kiva's gonna be the stupid decision in battle person opportunities I have that she'll actually walk away from left in this campaign, because I feel like I've used like 8 of her 9 lives already.
Well, our next
yeah.
objective's the Ember Temple.
Oh, no.
Good. Oh, good. Good. We'll have plenty of time to do it again.
Exactly. It'll be fine.
Thank
Linus,
you
are
so
you getting
much, Kiva.
flashbacks
Oh,
to
God.
spending the entirety of the Amber Temple dead?
Oh, yeah.
I'm
That's
looking
true.
forward to a true Amber Temple experience, just gonna say.
Oh, same. I'm also looking forward to a true getting the hell away from Argynvostolt experience.
This is a silly place.
Let's
Actually,
not come
having
here
my
again.
PC alive in the Amber Temple will be a change. I'll enjoy it.
Yep. All right, well, I think we are good for the first half of today's session. Thank you all for sticking around. As always, we will pick back up after a 15-minute break. Until then, we have a few other messages from our D&D community. This week's Fireside will in fact be an adventuring interview with your host, Erthrandir, and a new but familiar, refined, and well-spoken guest. We hope you enjoy, and we will see you back here soon.
Good evening, and welcome to Adventure and Interviews. I'm your host, Erthrandir. Tonight, we'll be talking to another one of my traveling companions. A woman of formidable intellect and remarkable skill, Lillison. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Thank you for having me, although, where exactly are we?
Blue Water Inn, as always. Don't worry, the way this is set up, it'll cut out all the noise. From Metreon snoring, mostly, and from Kiva and Esmeralda arguing in the kitchen, as they do. Or flirting, one of the two.
Remarkable. With that device over there?
Yeah, Blinksky did a great job with it. I don't even know what it is, but it's wonderful.
Fascinating.
All right. So, I'm just going to ask you a few questions about yourself and what made you the person you are. First off, what's the trait you most deplore in yourself?
Well, you aren't going about this with half measures at all, are you? What a question to pose first.
I've found it helps get things out of the way. Jump right in the cold water, so to speak.
Is jumping into cold water supposed to be healthful in some way? I don't swim at all, you see.
Some people think so. I do it because otherwise you draw it out and the whole affair's miserable.
What, and then you move on to the hot water or something?
Nah, you just get used to it with old time.
Really? Fascinating. When did you learn how to swim?
Oh, well, I was really young, and my dad's an old oyster diver. That's what he did back in Austria. So he took me out to the beds and taught me to hold my breath for a little bit of time. Hey, I'm interviewing you.
Oh, very well then. Go on. Next question.
All right. What's the trait you most deplore in others?
Vulgarity. I don't expect everybody to be perfectly genteel, but I don't understand those who go out of their way to make themselves unpleasant to other people. If what they wanted was to be left alone, that's much better done by simply being boring.
And what's your greatest extravagance?
Books? Yes, books. Also blank journals. Do you know the number of blank journals that I own and haven't written in just because the covers are too beautiful?
Enough to make for one very embarrassing bookshelf?
It's not embarrassing if no one ever sees.
Fair enough. And what's your current state of mind?
Truthfully, apprehensive. Are you writing these down? Am I supposed to read them back to you under a zone of truth at the end?
Well, frankly, I was more interested in getting to know you than interrogating you. If I were looking to uncover your deepest secrets, this would be hilariously transparent, would it not? I'm not asking you to spill your guts, just want to know more about you.
Yes, but who gets to know someone better armed with a clipboard and a list?
Me? Well, I'm interested in preservation, too. Come a century from now, I'd like to be able to remember you. Memory starts to lie after long enough, and, well, paper doesn't.
A century from now, I'm going to be... Yes, just old enough that I'll consider this entire thing cringe, as they call it, and wish you had misremembered me in some other way, probably more flattering.
A century from now, I'll just be happy to see you still breathing.
Yes, well, I suppose it is also assuming a lot at this point to be talking about seeing next year, much less next century.
Unfortunately. What do you consider the most overrated virtue?
Innocence, often confused with ignorance. I don't advocate for deliberately shocking or horrifying anybody, but the lengths to which some will go to protect somebody's innocence. How is anybody supposed to make good judgments without good information?
In a similar vein, on what occasion do you lie?
I never lie.
Really?
All right, I rarely lie. Outright lies are so gauche, and so difficult to explain away once you're caught. It's much more elegant to provide just enough information, absolutely true information, by the way, that just happens to induce others into filling in the gaps from their own expectations and believing a misleading larger picture.
It's certainly more effective, I'll tell it that much. You've got it down to a science.
Thank you. And you've started poking at the scientific principles underlying the field, have you not?
Unfortunately, yes.
Unfortunately. You don't have to continue doing it, you know. It would be very easy to stop.
And you'll understand for me to continue to see you as a friend and not someone I need to be afraid of. Yeah, I do.
Well, that sounds like a you problem.
Didn't mean to imply that it wasn't. Who's the greatest love of your life?
What does this mean? Am I supposed to pick someone whom I think approaches 10 most closely?
No. Sorry, I mean platonically.
Well, given that I only left my childhood home, let's see, 5 weeks ago, I think I will need to get back to you on that one in like a century or two.
If you had to pick now, though, as yourself, not the indeterminate person Millicent will be.
Must I? I've barely had any choices to consider yet, and I don't think you'll like any of them.
I'm a historian, not an arbiter of your worth. I'd like to know.
Why? What valuable insight does this provide? How did Metreon answer?
Metreon said his was himself. You can only go up from here.
Fine. Strahd.
Fine. Next question. When and where were you happiest?
A few weeks ago, I would have said, well, you remember the story that I told you about the party that I was allowed to attend as a child?
Yeah, the night after Strahd attacked the inn. It was a wonderful story.
Well, now I might have a different answer. It was not that long ago, in the Abbey in Kresk.
In the Abbey? Forgive me, but what happened there that was so wonderful? Are you particularly fond of fallen angels?
No, I mean, maybe, but that's not relevant. The abbot was able to tell me something that shed light on a mystery that I've been living with all my life.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm really happy you could clear that up. Although, you've got me curious what sort of questions someone like that could answer.
He can answer quite a lot, it would seem, if one approaches him the right way, and is able to sift through everything he says. You should try it sometime.
I'll keep that in mind. What talent would you most like to have?
This probably comes as no surprise to you, of all people, but I want to learn to be a wizard.
Can you talk about why?
It all comes back to control, doesn't it? I can control my magic now to a point, but only the sort of stranglehold control that knows how to suppress. I need to understand magic, how to break it down and put it back together again, truly control it through true knowledge. But it isn't just that anymore. I also want to be able to wield a blade and fight without ever faltering. And I want to be able to create marvels with my own hands. And I want to be able to aim a bow and make my arrow fly true at any target I choose. I want to be able to do things, to be someone who can dream of achieving greatness, have my whole wide open future given back to me, instead of always existing in the smallest space possible, doing the least harm.
Wow. That's a really good answer, Lillison.
I would also like the ability to get warm again, like ever. No, don't start a fire.
All right. And what do you regard as the lowest depth of misery?
To be powerless, and to have all your decisions made for you by people who claim they love you.
I think I'd have to be with you there. I'm sorry.
Did that ever happen to you too?
Once. It was after Ofstra, when I was raw as an open wound and desperate for somebody who would make me feel like I was worth something. He did. And all I had to do in exchange was to be precisely the person he needed me to be.
And were you? I mean, did you?
For a time. It wasn't good enough.
I'm sorry too.
Thank you. Oh, so, what do you most value in your friends?
Reliability, discretion, resistance to poison.
All right. Understandable. How would you like to die?
Is that your idea of a threat?
Well, listen, you'll know if I'm threatening somebody.
Well, can I choose immortality?
I'm afraid not.
In that case, as publicly and spectacularly as possible, in some way that gives a lot of people very strong emotions.
So we're talking like being burned at the stake, but it's for a crime you didn't commit and you've strapped 50 pounds of alchemist fire beneath your dress?
For a crime I absolutely did commit, but for the right reasons. Not because I want to be some sort of vigilante hero, you understand, but because I should hope I could get out of any false accusations.
This seems increasingly less like a hypothetical and more like a plan.
It isn't officially a plan until I can source that alchemist fire. And do you think Ez would let me borrow some of hers?
Knowing her? Absolutely. All right, one final question. I'm going to ask you a few names, and I want you to tell me the first thing that pops into your head for each. Don't try and screen it, just let it happen. Kiva.
Ava.
Amdi.
Truffle.
Metreon.
Wine.
Strahd.
Sunlight.
Erthrendir.
Suggestion.
Lillison, these are weaknesses. Do you just have those cataloged?
That's not a question on your list, is it? So I don't have to answer.
Ahem. Question number 15. Are those our fucking vulnerabilities, Lillison?
Well, are they? I haven't tested them yet.
You know, I recently got a letter that assured me that one of those weaknesses was off the table.
I'm sure you did, Erthrendir.
Oh, no, you don't. It is in my bag, sealed in 3 layers of waterproof fabric with an alarm spell set to activate if anyone touches it. It is not gone anywhere. You know that. I know that. And, well, if I hadn't telegraphed my weaknesses already, I'm sure I'd just given you another. Ahem. At any rate, Lillison, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you, Erthrendir, and I hope you have learned something.
That's horrifying and ominous, but wouldn't expect anything less. And until next time, dear listeners, stay safe and take care.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Curse of Strahd Twice Bitten. Thank you for hanging around as always. Before we get started, just a few quick announcements. Thank you to everyone for watching, we love and appreciate you. And thank you as well to our continuing virtual tabletop sponsor for this campaign, Foundry VTT, which was ever so helpful in running that Impressively long combat in the first half of the session. Twy, if you are still conscious after all that, how's Twitch looking?
Twitch is, I had this whole spiel prepared about how comparing you, the noble Twitch viewer, to the Knights of the Silver Dragon, because you two are filled with nobility and support for a valiant cause. But in retrospect, after watching Erthrendir's soul nearly leave his body, y'all are way cooler than the Knights of the Silver Dragon. And if you want to be the absolute coolest members of our little band of knights, just as homosexual, then you can follow /Curse of Strahd on Twitch. We've got wonderful perks to our loyal followers, such as emotes and the knowledge that you're supporting our stream as we approach, kind of approach our 1 year anniversary. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Serena?
Oh, that was a nice one. They're all nice, but this one was particularly easier to follow. If you like what you guys are watching, you can join the discussion on our very own subreddit, reddit.com/r/twicebittendnd, and subscribe to our YouTube channel, youtube.com/c/rcurseofstrahd, for all of our past sessions, fireside chats, video essays, and highlights from the stream. As always, thank you all for following us and supporting us for this crazy journey. And if you go to our Twitter, TwiceBittenCOS, you can find Kaya's giveaway, which is super fun, and everyone should be entering on penalty of death. Thanks.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
Oh yes.
It's the law.
I guess that's it. You gotta follow it. All right. Well, thank you, Twy and Serena. I think that's all we've got for now. So, let's dive right back into where we just were at Arkenvestholt. The lot of you find yourselves making your way around the edge of the manor. Before long, Amity and Metron, you catch view of a green-cloaked figure, Davian and Lillison, just on the outside of the western end of the manor. Lillison, as you watch the others come around view, you watch as the strange protrusions from Davian's cloak twist for a second and then vanish from sight, and you see him just kind of shake himself uncomfortably and raise a hand to his shoulder, a rather ordinary-looking hand. The rain continues to drizzle down, just stirring up faint mists upon the muddy, abandoned grounds of Arkenvestholt. And for the moment, the only sound you can hear is the sound of your squelching boots in the mud, and the distant sound of birds cawing through the woods.
Oi, you're right there.
Wilson is going to flick a glance that way, then shake herself off, give the rest of the group a brief wave, and then slowly walk back towards the front door, still readying in action to attack if the revenants reappear.
All right, slowly making your way toward the door. You don't see any indication of anything reappearing.
Okay. She's actually going to take a step inside the door and wait.
There doesn't seem to be any immediate response. You hear the sound of your footstep echoing through the building of the foyer.
You're not
No
going
sign of
back
the
in there,
phantoms.
is you?
Lillison will wait there a moment, then turn and come back out and say, "They lost interest in us the moment we stepped outside."
Perfectly fine by me.
And most of them are gone, or at least dissipated. I don't know if we can kill these, but thank God. Thank you, Lawson.
She nods
Esmeralda
back.
glances around. It's possible they might reform with some time, but I suppose it makes sense they did not follow us. Spirits and ghosts, well, it is almost always as they are bound to a particular place. I am not exceptionally surprised that they could not pass beyond the walls of the manor.
That's
Well-
good to know.
Well, just in case they can even get a little bit outside, maybe we just skedaddle. Yeah, we crack on, we get out of here, and maybe try to take a bit of a rest or something.
Yeah, Erthrendir just looks bushed. There's blood and rain matted in his hair. He's gone like even paler than normal. I am tapped. I think we find somewhere nice, either Valaki or back in the tower. And we rest, sleep, be merry. One of those things.
Well, you might wish to avoid that wolf at the edge of the woods there, but yes, let's go. How did you find that nest of... What happened?
Eva just purses her lips a little bit, like she's gonna speak, and then decides that she doesn't want to test fate by opening her mouth and starting a conversation. So she's just going to fall into line next to Metreon and try to disappear into the trees.
Emily says, I detected that there was a magical field somewhere, and it turned out not to be a good one.
I see. Well, I don't think that if we did go back inside, we would be attacked right away, but unless there's anything else that we think we could learn here, I think that leaving would be a good idea.
I think we've tapped out everything we can. We know the knights aren't going to help us, and we know that the dragon spirit wants us to...
Don't tell me.
Right. Thank you.
And most importantly, we know that damn mausoleum's empty, so this whole fucking place is a bust.
Acquiring information's never a bust. We're alive, we've got all our parts, and we know more than we did yesterday.
The question is how we can leverage that knowledge.
Aerith looks just lost.
Let's walk and talk, yeah. Let's go. And Metron starts to kind of like wave his hand, like as if to like whip everybody into walking. But as he does, though, and as everyone starts to walk by him, he does break off with the party very briefly, and he's going to go to the foot of the Argynvost statue, and he's going to take a piss on it.
Rock on, man.
Okay.
Lillison gives him the stink eye, but doesn't say anything.
Yeah, he'll button up when he's done, and he will rush back over to the others.
Okay. Together, quietly, the group of you slink away from Argynvost, the fine mists of rain swirling across the ground in your wake. And as you look back on the precipice upon which the mansion stands, in the far distance among the southern peaks, a bolt of lightning flashes. And then eventually you hear the distant rumble of thunder as the rain slowly retreats. And you find yourselves falling once more into the trees of the old Svalich Road.
Well, all in all, having all of us walking here not dead, it's something to be chuffed about, yeah?
Kiva, sort of looks at him very carefully for a moment and just says, "You're an angel. It's what you look like."
What you mean, angel?
I mean, you're sort of glorious. You're surrounded by this glowing light, and after only blackness, it was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Like an angel.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I did feel a little bit warm up there when we was going up there. I just thought it was, panic sweat. But I'm glad that you're all welcome and upright.
Aerith looks backward, suddenly curious. Yeah, that didn't look like any spell I've ever seen. Do you know what that was?
Not in the least, no. I just I saw Cleaver there, and I saw Izzy getting the crap beat out of him. Just felt this warmth come over me, and like I said, I thought it was just panic, but then there was light, and I guess it did something good.
Interesting. That, from how you've described him, that doesn't seem like the kind of power the Wounded One gives.
Oh, I guess I should have told you. He and I kind of broke up.
Aerith's head whips around like it's on a swivel. What?
Yeah, well, he's kind of an ass, right? And he sort of dumped me, but then there's something else though. I mean, this like, before we got here, the night before, is when he who should not be named, even if he has a name, decided to kick me to the curb for whatever reason. Probably thought you gotten all you needed out of me, and yeah, I was done for.
Wait,
but
he let your soul go?
I guess. I mean, so there was this thing, right? He was yipping and yapping, and then Lucian showed up, and I didn't know if it was real or a dream, illusion. I mean, I know it was a dream, but then when he got there, he was smack talking my old, I guess you could say, boss, and somehow Lucian had this friend, right? I think her name was Calcaldra. I'm probably butchering that, but she was an angel, right? And like a real angel. She had like wings, and they was big and golden, and yeah. So I mean, they said they'd take care of me. And
Aerith is smiling almost as wide as you've ever seen him. Why did you tell? Congratulations! And he like rushes forward as if he's about to hug him, and then kind of remembering the actual relationship between them stops short. Metreon, you're free. Your soul's your own. That's, oh my god.
I mean, is it?
I mean, okay, I don't know, but it sounds if you shacked up with an angel, that sounds like a lot better person to be beholden to than whoever the fuck that was.
Is there anything that we can roll to see if we recognize
that was
that
my
name?
next question.
Make a religion check.
Oh boy.
Ha, that's a 10.
That's an 11.
You have no idea who or what this thing is.
Lillison glances very sharply at Erthrindir and says,
Sorry, can I make a religion check too? I sort of already did before asking, so maybe you don't.
Oh, that's fine, by all means.
Yeah, so Amnesia has a 20.
You do not know who this is.
Lillison glances sharply at Erthrindir and says, do you think that Abbott...
Aerith shakes his head. I don't know much about religion, but I know that he is not doing his duties properly anymore. If someone's going to get Metreon out of the fucking jam he was in, I think it was probably going to be someone a bit more on the side of the angels, pardon the pun.
Mm.
As a pun?
I mean, I suppose it was just a literal description, but you take my point.
Well,
I hope just the idea of an entity that can reach in here and not be corrupted. Metreon, I'm very, very happy for you, but still be careful, please.
oh yeah, no, I mean, I feel like I learned a lot from my last relationship, and it just wasn't. It was very toxic, I mean, last night was the first night I didn't wake up at 3 a.m. just tattooing myself.
Wait, that's what you've been... Wait, is that where all the... Oh shit, you do have more than when I met you.
Yeah,
What?
I mean,
You've been keeping track?
Yeah, no, his tattoos are cool.
you've been looking at my body.
Yeah, your tattoos are... And then he catches the instant. I am not dignifying that. I told you were pretty once, that is all you're getting.
Are you a horn chaser?
No. I mean,
Lucky for you, I ain't got no horns, so there you go.
wait, I suppose that would be a thing, huh? But yeah, no, not particularly. But all
Watch out,
this,
Amity. You got competition.
no, she does not. For God's sake. What it was asking you to tattoo yourself. Talk about that instead of my proclivities for tieflings or lack thereof.
So you saying you don't like tieflings? All right.
I'm saying I like them very much. I have them back.
Is Mark, how you feeling? Is he, Arena?
Ismark shrugs. It will be better after I've had some time to sit and recuperate. Once we get where we're going, I imagine.
Oh, love.
Irene gives a nod.
Them hands. And Metron will go over, seeing his hands are rope burned and he still has some cuts and bruises on him. He'll take his hands very gently and look him in the eyes and smile. It's all right. You're all right with me, right?
He gives you an uncertain nod.
And as he's looking in his eyes, his pupils kind of flare up with that same light, and he'll give Ismark 1 point of healing.
It heals the rope burns. He rubs his hands together, wincing a bit gratefully, actually. Well, that'll make it easier to hold the hilt of a sword again. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Don't want you messing up your hilt holding hands, do you?
Of course. Thank you. That's a bit of a new trick, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm good with tricks, though.
He gives you a pleasant nod. Not taking your meaning.
Yeah, Metreon just kind of smiles through his teeth and then looks back at Kiva and just shrugs and just walks away.
Kiva just looks very briefly like she wants to hit Ismark over the back of the head, but then decides against it and instead keeps walking.
All right. Is there anything more you would like to do en route? I presume you're heading to the tower at Lake Baratok?
Unless we could get to Vallaki before nightfall, yeah.
You can get to Vallaki before nightfall.
Yeah, let's go there.
Yeah,
Let's-
please, God.
A shower and,
Yeah, warmth indoors.
Vallaki doesn't have a bathhouse, does it?
Ooh. I feel like Fiona's gotta have a bathhouse. I mean, come on.
Are we really going to break into Fiona's bathhouse, though?
Of course we are.
Why wouldn't we?
Kiva would ask. She's like, listen, I have taken care of 2 of your assholes, so why don't you just let me into your bathhouse?
Does Kiva really want to go into Fiona's bathhouse?
I mean, as long as her husband stays upstairs.
I don't think he's going anywhere.
You never know. Probably needs cleaning occasionally.
Oh, God.
Or, her frat bro sons.
They're fine. They can chill.
Metron will take care of them. It'll be fine.
Yeah, no, Metreon's got it handled.
Handled.
We're going to
All right, in that
Vallaki,
case-
please, dear.
All right. Vallaki it is.
Dragna
You
just
travel-
in these long silences, just regretting this whole campaign.
Regretting his life decisions.
Nah, it's all good. Love you guys. So, after around 15-20 minutes of travel, you once more come to the main path of the old Svalich Road, cutting across it eastward this time, returning toward Vallaki. It's not long after before you cross the Luna River crossroads and the bridge, and perhaps an hour and a half after your initial departure, you see the palisade wall and familiar gates of Vallaki coming into view.
Oi. When you got that little thingy ding, and Metron just does a wave of the wand gesture with his hand. They'll clean us all up.
Metreon, if I had prestidigitation, I would have used it 2 hours ago.
I was just asking. I mean,
I have told you I don't several times.
I don't listen to you.
That's not helping your case.
Well, you're right. And Metron will shed his skin and turn into the blonde Valakian girl.
Wait,
Okay.
actually, I just remembered. Until then, Metreon looked like that painting in that room, right?
Yeah, for a bit. Yeah, actually, yeah.
Okay.
Until midway through the walk, it would have faded away.
Okay, Lillison is gonna, just earlier on in the walk, just like kept on staring at Metreon then.
Yeah, Metron would have noticed and just like looked at you occasionally, narrowed eyes and just kind of weirded out, but wouldn't have said anything.
Did you come across that man that you're looking like now?
Yeah, I mean, he was in a painting. I figure if he was in a painting in that place, he's kind of important.
That's the face of the man that was watching me from the 3rd floor earlier.
Wait, what?
When we stepped out into the graveyard, that's the man that I saw watching us.
So he was in there?
No, he wasn't one of the revenants.
He looked alive, at least to my sight.
How did we miss him? You didn't see him up there, Kiva, did you?
No, there was no one there.
Wait, that journal that you gave me, Kiva, didn't it say that... No, never mind. Maybe another ghost?
Esmeralda nods. It seems certainly likely, perhaps ones that might have been more benevolent than malevolent. Perhaps one with some other kind of unfinished business, it seems.
Maybe not all the knights subscribe to Vladimir's... everything. Old miserable bastard, I hope he rots. I hope something kills him so his actual knights can do something else with their lives.
Yeah, he was a miserable bastard.
You're telling me.
Esmeralda looks kind of thoughtful. I'm not so sure about that, given the way that what we've seen and what you've told me of what Horngard and Godfrey have said. I do not know that this would have been one of the knights. If it seems that all of them have been pressed into Horngard's service. If this was a spirit of some kind with some unfinished business, I do not believe it would be likely to be one of the knights.
Well, whatever it wasn't trying to kill us. I'll take that.
I'm gonna... Oh, go on.
Do you think it was the dragon?
They can shapeshift.
So you think that if it was that dragon just shapeshifting about, then he was just there letting us get our asses handed to us?
I think Wilson means his spirit.
It's still not us.
Maybe. From everything I know about the boundary between life and death, not all ghosts come back the same. Some come back like that woman back in the house, all rage and twisted horror, and some come back different.
He watched us and then he turned away. Perhaps he was disappointed in us, or perhaps he simply didn't care.
Esmeralda looks thoughtful at that. It is also possible that whatever he was, he wanted to guide you somewhere. After all, where did you see the spirit again?
When I was standing in the graveyard, I saw him on the 3rd floor, eastern side of the manor, northern quarter.
Esmeralda almost gives Kiva a glance, but her eyes kind of slide past toward Earthrendir. That is where we found that note, and where, well, you found
the
that
painting.
Spirit. Yes, exactly.
So he was guiding us. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. So his spirit was directing us so we could find that, so we could know what he needed us to do. Speaking of
It's
which,
certainly possible.
Cameron, you was about
ahead.
to say something.
I've had this idea brewing in my head. We'd have to be maybe quite a bit more powerful and with a better plan. Lillison might want to cover her ears. If we go in and stealthily assassinate the leader, the one you hate, Earthendir, and then have Metreon disguise himself as that person and say to the rest of the knights that he's changed his mind and that it's time to attack Strahd.
Whoa, why am I in this? I don't want to go back there.
Because you can disguise yourself as him if we manage to kill him.
Well, why are we even bothering? We made it out. We know there's nothing there.
There's a platoon of people who want to help us kill Strahd if they could.
I'll take your meaning.
That's not a bad idea. I mean, I think it would be very difficult. For one thing, I'm not sure Metreon can hit his register. That man could growl.
I can try.
Ooh. Okay, maybe you can. Lordy. But secondary, I think that would work as a one-time thing, but he'd have to lead him to Ravenloft. And I think, from what I gathered, Godfrey was lover, husband, I don't know. And I think in the 8-hour trek to Ravenloft, they'd cotton on that something was wrong.
Well, I mean, if that was his lover, I mean, maybe. And this is just theoretical, right? Because I'm not 100% or even 50% on board with this. But if they was lovers, right, they was close, and maybe if I was in that disguise, I could tell my lover to take the reins and lead my people to victory.
Lillison, who has her hands like halfway up to her ears but was unable to cover her ears before this whole discussion started, says, "That's assuming that they can physically leave the grounds at all. I'm not certain they can."
Yeah, the impression I got from Godfrey was that it wasn't just obedience. There was some sort of psychic link to Hornguard. It's a damn good idea, though, Amdy.
Perhaps we could lure Strahd there.
If we could. Although I think they'd be more inclined to hurt us than him. From what Vlad told me, if I had told him we were there for Strahd, he would have run me through on the spot.
But not him, but the three that we fought at the beginning. They seemed more than eager to take care of the servants of the devil.
Not a bad plan. Though we'll need to wait for them to reincorporate. They gotta find new bodies. But I follow all y'all's thinking. This place could be an asset. And I did have another thought. Once we do this, Lilson, can you get your ears?
Lillison falls back like 100 feet behind everybody else, and is just going to casually also look around for any spies.
Go ahead.
That is a 23 perception.
There's no sign of the wolf anymore.
All right, continue now that she's out of earshot.
Once we do this, could we bring his bones back if we find him? The dragon. I know it's not going to be a priority, but I'm inclined to give him his rest in place with the people he loved if we can manage it.
Because what the painting told us to.
Well, that, and if his skeleton's up in the castle somewhere or something, then he deserves better. If his soul's still sticking around, then maybe he'll find peace. Maybe his knights will stop being that.
Fine, but it's going on the very, very bottom. Maybe even like the back of the list.
Oh, that's fine.
Yeah, I agree. Unless you think that bringing it back will make everyone suddenly agree to help us.
Don't. Maybe. But even so, we're not getting in that castle without... Bottom of the list. But thank you.
Amity drops out of the conversation too. Alternatingly ritual casted locate animals and beasts on all the different beasts.
I would say that by the time you're on halfway through casting it, you are at the gates of Vallaki.
Cool.
Without any difficulty, by this point I would say it's approaching mid-afternoon at this point, not quite dusk yet. You are able to easily gain access into the town without much difficulty. Where are you headed?
Before we
Blue water
enter,
in, baby, right? Oh, sorry.
Before we enter, Lillison's going to catch back up and glance over to Erthrindir and say, "Did you want to check in on Casimir and Victor today or tomorrow?"
Tomorrow, if things... I think Kaz is probably going to give me his pitch on the temple, and I want to be awake. And also have the spell slots to be as charismatic as I might need to be for that one.
That seems entirely fair.
Plus, I have some words to say to that man. Place he's trying to get us to go is apparently a repository of great and ancient evil.
Oh, well, fuck me running.
Yeah, now, that doesn't disincline me from what he said. He said that this place had something to do with how Strahd became a vampire. This would track, but it's pertinent information.
So wait, remind me again while we're going. Oh, fucking, because it's possibly a tomb.
Yeah, that, and if we can find anything about Strahd's powers, about how he got to where he is, then we have a very good shot at breaking him.
You know, maybe we just go in with the sword, right? You know, we just maybe we don't go to this temple of evil. You know, I mean, Kiva, you know, as long as she just, you know, stands on her feet and hacks away at him, I'm sure she'll be fine. We'll just stay behind her.
Kiva's good. She is not that good. Not alone. No.
Oh,
Yet,
I'm not saying
of
she'd be
course.
alone. Yeah, but you know, she wouldn't be alone. I mean, we'd be like at least 20 feet away from her while she's doing it.
Yeah. But regardless, I do think it's worth trying. I'm open to being overruled, of course, but I would like to see.
Well,
Lillison nods slowly. I think that if we are very, very cautious and careful, the information we could find there would be very useful.
I'll agree to go as long as you all get the beats on Casimir and make sure that he's on the level. Because if he ain't, you know, if he's not, he's trying to lead us to some kind of death trap for him. Obviously, I do not want to go. If that's the case,
I'll see what I can squeeze out of him.
And do you want assistance with that?
Oh God, yes. Please.
She
Please.
gives him a look, a very serious look, like, you know, like she's putting air quotes around the word assistance.
I would like help in convincing him to tell me all he knows. Convincing.
Very well.
However, tomorrow. Probably good to check in on Victor, too. I hope he's okay.
man.
Yeah, that's not really high on the priority list either.
What's your priority list, then?
She just gives like a pointedly not pointed look at Esmeralda and just says, I've got nothing on the list right now. I think I might just go lay down and have a drink, maybe get something to eat.
Yeah, you've had a hell of a day. That's reasonable. For now, I vote let's go get some food.
Yeah, I'm starving.
And with that, it's not long before you find yourselves standing outside of the familiar facade of the Blue Water Inn, looking down over the central intersection of the town of Vallaki, as around you see the sounds of life beginning to return to the town. You see the streets filled up a bit more with some more activity. Not as much as Valaki has at its prior peak, but a few more townsfolk daring to venture into the streets, throwing suspicious, cautious glares and glances over their shoulders, almost as if afraid that a vampire might jump out to attack them at any moment. Several of them throwing the lot of you paranoid glances as well, but keeping studiously distance from you. You can see the familiar and comforting golden light of the blue water inn seeping out from the inside. Would you like to go in? Is there anything else you'd like to do?
Let's go in.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go in.
Is Davian going in?
Davian is kind of hanging back at the back of the group, looking kind of uncomfortable, but he does seem to be following you in.
Lillison is going to hang back and see if she can buttonhole him for a little chat.
He pauses right before the door and glances toward you as the others proceed in. Aye? What is it?
She waits a few seconds until everybody else is inside, and then she kind of nods and says, I take it you don't want me to mention to the others what I saw on you.
He sniffs loudly, glancing up and away from you for a moment. You don't really need an insight check to know that this is someone who's studiously ignoring the topic. I'm sure I ain't got no idea what you're talking about, lass.
She pulls up the front of her tunic just like enough to show him a flash of the translucent scales on her abdomen and says, I'm sure I don't.
He gives you a nod. Aye, glad to come to an understanding. And with that, he steps inside, though not without a small grimace.
She'll follow after.
In the interior of the inn, you step inside and hear a comforting kind of bustle. You can see behind the counter, not really anyone in particular, but from the kitchen you can hear the sound of Erwin and Danica's voices. You think you hear Dag as well. Sitting around the room, you see Dag and Stefania's older son sitting at a table with the two younger boys. All in general glancing toward you as you approach. Stefania offers a small smile and a wave. Oh, well, good evening or afternoon. Glad to have you back.
Glad to be back.
She clears her throat. Erwin, Danica, your favorite guests are back. You hear Erwin say, Right, I'll be out in a moment. Stefania turns back to her kids, and if any of you would like to do anything, you have a moment in here. But as you do, Esmeralda steps forward and glancing toward Erthrendir clears her throat. Right, would now be a good time for a bit of a chat?
Yeah, probably.
Kiva, like, hearing this, is the bar, like, out and about?
I mean, the bar is not populated at the moment. You hear sounds coming from the kitchen.
What I'm saying is there a bottle of alcohol?
There is not a bottle of alcohol to be seen.
She just, like, grimaces and just, like, tightens her hand and just looks at Metreon and she's like, do you have anything in your wineskin?
Oh, I got a little bit, and he'll take it out, uncap it, take a nice hearty swig, and then pass it over to Kiva.
Yeah,
as you accept it, you see, almost as if apparating before you, one of the small children, one of the small Mardukov children. You think his name is Vigo, something like that? Looking up at you with wide eyes.
Looking up at who?
Kiva.
Hello? Are you okay?
Why you're bloody?
You're all red.
Yes, I fell down. In the forest, and I landed on some branches, and they were very sharp. So, just, be careful. And don't go out without your parents. And but I'm fine. I'm fine. Most of it isn't mine. It's the trees.
He blinks at you, look very slowly. I fell down some stairs once. Didn't bleed much as that. Scraped my leg a little. You must have fallen down a lot of sticks.
Yeah, it was a crazy amount of sticks. Your parents are around.
Stefania glances around to catch us head. Oi! Vigo, stop buttering the nice lady, please. Back over here. Back with your brothers. The kid blinks up at you and then scampers off.
Can you believe I was a mother with this skill set? It's amazing, truly remarkable, my ability to talk to children. Anyway, she drinks heartily from Metreon's wine skin and then hands it back.
Metron will nurse it. Kind of offer it up to Ismark and Esmeralda and Irene if they want some.
Esmeralda will pass, but Irina will take a small swig. As she does, stepping out of the kitchen, you see bearing a pair of very basic oven mitts and a slightly stained apron over his front. Erwin Mardukov steps out. Oh, good, you're all... My word, you look all dreadful. Should I have the boys fetch some water for you to wash up? My goodness, we've got some fresh steaks in. We should be able to put a bit on extra.
Please?
Yes.
After
Yes.
the day we have had, please.
That would
He
be
nods.
so appreciated.
Brom, Bray, fetch some water and warm it up for our guests. Take it up to their room. You hear the sound of footsteps upstairs and two small faces leering over the top of the balcony. And then the two boys begin scampering down the stairs and past you out into the yard beyond. Right, I think we should be alright.
Yeah. Thanks, Erwin. You're a legend.
Of course. He glances over each of you. Very briefly, eyes glancing over Davian. It's good to see you all. You all seem to be, well, I wouldn't say hale and hearty, but all together in one piece.
Thank you.
It's good to be back. I'm curious, when you say you have new stakes in... Do you mean wolf stakes?
Aye, Soldarovich came back today, had a bit of a fresh delivery for us. Seems they had happened upon an extra large pack just to the east, but a few of them had got caught up in some of their traps, luckily enough. So we've got a bit of a surplus at the moment. Best to use it up, I imagine.
That's wonderful to hear. Do you know where we can find them if we wanted to talk to them about something?
Well, this marked one of the first times. They weren't here a bit early in the afternoon. That was one of the first times I've seen anyone in the tavern for quite a number of days. It's possible they might be back this evening if they're feeling up to it. I'm sure they have a bit of extra coin they'd like to spend. But given that we don't really have anything to drink these days, it's unlikely.
When he says that, Metron snatches the wineskin back from Irina.
She does not resist, but looks a bit astonished.
Sorry, love.
Amity comes downstairs, followed by Truffle. With my immense magical power, I have detected that someone said the word steak.
Several times, in fact. There are apparently plenty of fresh wolf steaks.
All right, well, since I was born in the afternoon, I am now officially 21, so 21 steaks, please. Okay, maybe not that many.
Erwin chuckles. I don't know that we'll be able to get together quite that many, but I'll see about finding you a choice cut. Happy birthday, by the way.
Amity curtsies.
He offers you a polite bow and says, and then you hear a voice, Erwin! And you smell a slight scent of smoke, and he says, "Oh yes, sorry, I must be going." And he shimmies it back off to the kitchen.
Aerith has just been kind of watching all this vaguely domesticness with sort of a faraway look in his eyes, just smiling, and then he kind of snaps back to reality. Oh, right. Kiva, do you want to have this conversation before or after you wash? Don't want you to have to sit around with blood on you or whatever.
Let me get cleaned up first, and then I can meet you guys in the
Just
room.
in one of the rooms. That works.
Yeah. She, like, again, pointedly does not look at Esmeralda and just goes off upstairs.
Wait,
A
well, one
little
of the rooms.
embarrassed.
Well, one of the rooms. We ain't eating? I'm eating. I mean, you're eating, right?
Of course.
I'm
Um,
eating.
This shouldn't take too long, Matrion. Just save me a plate.
All right.
Lillison looks over at Erthrindir with just a confused look.
He sighs and sidles over to her. I'm worried about her. And while I understand I'm not going to be able to undo however long she's been thinking that she has to carry the weight all on her own, I'd like her to know that, I don't know, just that her choosing to do that isn't just risking her lives, it's risking ours.
Oh, what is that?
When we were in that hallway, Amity, with her story powers, she managed to let us teleport out onto the ground. Kiva didn't take it.
Esmeralda swears. I thought it might be something like that. The seconds that I saw, she was still up there and you were on the ground.
Yeah, no,
But
I
I
didn't
wanted to
mean
get
to.
the full story first.
Yeah, I think she wanted to protect us, that she thought that if the warriors didn't have us to focus on, they would have gone after y'all, but like, y'all are competent and warriors all, and y'all can handle a 5-on-1 a lot better than we could handle a 3-on-1 in enclosed space.
I don't know. I've handled a 5-on-1 pretty well.
Good for you.
Do you have
Davian
any-
snorts and... Oh, sorry, Lillison first.
Do you have any tactical advice?
Understand that by putting yourself in a position where you are setting against the world, you put your companions in a position where they have to either buff, rescue, or drag you out of that situation should things go wrong.
No, I meant Metreon, if he's been through a 5-on-1 before.
I'm sorry, what's
Lots
the question?
Lots of lubrication, right? That's the...
And do you have any tactical advice for standing against such odds?
Oh, well, you just stretch and lots of hydration. Water's very good for it. But make sure you stretch, though.
Lillison looks a little confused.
Oh, sorry, I'm interrupting this. Listen, I want to sit down. I need to sit down. You all figure this out, and Metron will scuttle over to one of the tables and wait for the steaks.
I'm missing something, aren't I?
Yes, and do you want to illuminate you? Or are you happy leaving this to be one of Metreon's idiosyncrasies?
Is it tactically important?
God, no.
Very well. Then there was actually something else I wanted to tell you.
Oh, yeah, what is it?
If this helps with your persuasion, let her know that he is going to know about her proclivities for recklessness, and that therefore it would be advantageous for her to get over that.
Aerith blanches. Yeah, that... Damn. Thank you. I'll bring that up.
She nods, and after a moment, says, I am trying to feed him information that, while entirely accurate now, hopefully we will grow out of by the time it becomes important, so...
Let us know if you need help brainstorming that. Just because this is your role doesn't mean you gotta do it alone.
Oh, I know, but I have plenty of material. The difficult part is overcoming our particular idiosyncrasies.
Point taken. Good luck.
She nods and then says, well, I should see if I can salvage that letter that I was in the middle of writing when everything broke out.
I should go take a bath so I'm not dripping blood when we have that talk. And I need to ask Erwin something, actually. And yeah.
Make sure not to be too down on her. I mean, her motivations come from a good place, and everything worked out fine. We're all fine.
He looks over at Amity. I know. I'm not okay, I am mad, but that's not the angle. But thank you. I'll try.
Wilson
Then
nods
to go
at
to
him.
the kitchen to ask Erwin something that I will reveal later for dramatic effect.
Ooh.
Ooh.
We love drama.
Okay.
And yeah,
Well, Airthunder's acting off screen. Would anyone like to do anything? I imagine, Kiva, you're heading upstairs post-haste?
Yeah, she's just like cleaning herself off as quickly as possible. Yeah.
I would say that it's not long before Brahm and Bray bring up some pails of water that have been, slightly warmed. So you can, clean yourself off. They're not, warm, but, they're not freezing. So they're serviceable.
Yeah, so she'd clean herself up, rebandage up her chest, and then just wait, like sort of pacing in the room.
All right. What about anyone else?
Truffle and I are waiting to eat, so that's about it.
Lilison is going upstairs, probably to the same room that Kiva's in, and starts shedding her stuff and pulling out her letter.
Depending on when Lil got up there, she'd be able to see Kiva's new massive scar edition, which would be fun.
She probably glimpses it and then, does the polite, like, I'm totally not looking at you sort of thing, just busying herself with her own stuff in a corner.
Yeah, Kiva just is like, I'm sure I'm going to talk a lot about this in the coming minutes, so I will say nothing now.
All right. I would say that, it's not currently dinner time. You get the sense that, dinner will be served in perhaps, an hour or two. So if there's anything you'd like to do in the meantime. Unless everyone else would like to filter upstairs as well.
Oh, if that's the case, then Metron will...
Like, it's still around 4:30 or so in the afternoon. It's not super late.
Gotcha. All right. Yeah, Metron will tap Truffle and say, hey, let's get up there then. It's not going to be a minute. It's going to be a minute till these steaks are ready.
Truffle winks happily, as he was waiting here, wasn't he? I completely forgot about that.
He was.
All right, then he will give Amity a glance, but, kind of waddle a bit after you while glancing back to see if Amity's with him.
Yeah, sure. Truffle can totally follow Metreon. Sorry, is Metreon also gesturing Amity up, or?
No, it was just gesturing to Truffle, but...
yeah.
We're just going upstairs.
Truffle trusts you.
Okay.
That's all I've ever wanted.
Truffle will briefly kind of rub against the side of your leg, Amity, and then scamper off after Metreon. Just gotta check in, All right. Lilison and Kiva. Metreon and one snuffling pig, who seems very happy to have his humanoids back, join you in the upstairs room.
Lillison shuffles further into a corner and does the thing where, like, you pull up something that you're reading or writing so that nobody else can see it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is this happening with an audience? No.
Wait, is it? We can find somewhere else. We could do Ez's wagon or something.
Look, I
My
have a
wagon is
feeling.
not here.
Oh, she didn't realize Ez was in the room.
Oh, sorry, no, Esmeralda's not present then. Sorry, I thought...
No.
Who is where at this point? Lillison's upstairs, Kiva's upstairs.
Everyone but Amity's upstairs.
Okay, everyone is upstairs. I must, like, once Earthrendir's going up, everyone's basically filtering up as well.
Yeah.
Unless Amity would prefer to stay downstairs.
If she's the only one downstairs, then she'd go up. I mean,
Yeah.
As everybody...
I don't know where everyone's moving around in. Eventually the stakes are gonna come.
Gotcha.
Yeah, she just pops out and sees everyone's gone and just...
Where's everyone?
Yeah.
Ah.
I would say that Esmeralda walks in just as you say that and says, "My wagon is still at the tower, remember?"
Oh, shoot. Right, yeah.
As everybody comes in, Lillison looks around and says, well, if this talk is going to happen here, I will find somewhere else.
Kiva just does that like, oh, I'll go with you, actually. Maybe I'll just leave the room as well. Wait for me, please.
Wait up, he'll...
Aerith just looks over at Ez and just rolls his eyes like, oh my god.
Esmeralda plants, does a thing where she, like, leans from one side of the door to the other, blocking the passage after Lillison, meeting Kiva's gaze squarely. No, I think that several of your companions would like to speak with you, Kiva.
Oh my god. Alright, fine. And she'll just like sit down on the bed, looking a little bit frustrated, but otherwise receptive to this group thrashing that is about to happen.
Alright, Esmeralda closes the door behind her with a click, and then turns to Earthrendir and Amity. So, as the two of you are there when that happened, why don't you give us a rundown on what we all missed?
Aerith will give the summary. So, yeah, that's everything. And he turns to Kiva. Look, you're an adult. We're not your parents. You don't need the fucking lecture. What I am gonna ask is that you work with us. A few nights ago. Wow, it was only a few nights ago. You said that you weren't used to working with people, but that you were trying. And I've watched you try. And you've been doing wonderfully. I can tell. Don't think I don't. And I am so grateful. But if we're... Okay, screw the vampire at the moment. If we're going to keep walking into danger like we are, and if you keep thinking that you are the only one who can keep that danger from the rest of us, this is going to happen again, but worse. And next time, Metreon might not be able to pull out a new trick to save you.
At the time, it seemed like the most strategically advantageous option. To keep them focused on me and not the both of you who have a skill set that is different than mine. A magic and a way to stop the trap. It was foolish, I understand, but I don't regret it because I'm fine. I'm standing here and neither of you went down. And so in my mind, that is a mission success.
Kiva, we didn't get down because we ran. I get it. I get that you think that you... Okay, you are the hardiest of us. You can take the most blows before going down. Not debating that. However, the alternative, if we had run outside, would have been either that they leave us alone and go after our companions, or that they meet us outside when we would have had a much better chance of dealing with them. But the exact tactics don't matter. But you gotta understand that, like, by protecting us on your own, by deciding that that is your role, that is what you're going to do, you're putting us in danger too. I have learned the magic of the blade song. I have dipped into wizardry I swore a century ago to never do in the memory of all that I loved, so that I could stand beside you in times like that. Esmeralda has learned to hunt monsters. Amity's tapped into every bit of her bardic magic. Metrion's made deals and tapped in, and Lillison's honed her magic to a spear. You do not have to protect us.
Esmeralda clears her throat. Let me add to that, actually. You do not have the right to decide when we are protected or not.
Kiva gives her a look that at first is just very angry, and then it changes to something different. I don't know how to describe it. Yeah. She does look away from her after this very like defiant, angry look. And just lets her continue.
There is someone in that damned manor right now who thought, oh, you know what's a great idea? Take the sufferings of the world upon myself and just decide for others what they can or cannot do or handle. When you spoke to me earlier, I thought that you understood what my problem was with that. Who the hell do you think you are to make that decision for us? Your friends gave you a ticket out of there. We could have ran if you'd asked us to. We're not infants.
Kiva,
Don't treat us like we are.
at that specific mention of infants, like straightens up very suddenly and just says, I think you've made your point beautifully, Esmeralda. If you don't mind, I'm going to go take a walk now. And she's going to try to push past her out of the room.
No, I don't think I have, because this is not the first time this has happened, and I thought we talked about this.
And
I thought I'd...
Aerith
She
cuts
cracks
her
off as Erthrindir does.
I take your point. You are absolutely right, Esmeralda. Please do not take that tack right now.
No, she has every right to. I understand her frustration and her rage and whatever she's feeling, but look.
You need some air, love. If you need some air, you need some air.
I told you the last time we spoke that I haven't figured out what it means to... I can't do this right now. And she'll just push past her.
She watches you go and doesn't stop you, but there's just a shadow across her eyes.
Metreon waits a few beats, listening to her start to descend the steps, and sighs a bit, rubs Truffle on the head. I'll be back. And he's going to go ahead and follow Kiva.
Once Metreon's gone, Aerith looks at Ez, and some of the same anger that was in her eyes is in his now. I don't think she ever told you, did she?
Told me what?
Okay, not my story to tell, not my right. But if you're gonna take this tack, if we're gonna continue this conversation, try not to talk about babies, if you can, and the protection thereof.
Esmeralda looks slightly shaken for a moment, but then swallows and nods. And as she does, Davian clears his throat and glances toward Amity. Right, well, I heard you last loud and clear, but I'm wondering whether it might not have been a good idea to send that little message along a little sooner, eh?
You mean the sending?
He nods.
I'm sorry, it was really chaotic. I should have sent it sooner.
He grunts. Right, well, I can't speak for that one. And he nods toward where Kiva's gone. Or you, little lady. And he nods toward Esmeralda. She kind of opens her mouth and says, I'm sure you can take care of yourself, human and old man. He glances toward Amity again. Look, I think it's clear that all you fuckers got a whole lot of shit you can do. A hell of a lot more than I could ever do. But there's one thing I know, it's how to make some sort of organization work together. And it's clear to me that this group's a far away from that. Knowing what you can do, knowing what you can fit together. If you're looking to take on goddamn Strahd von Zarovich, this can't be happening. You understand?
It's pretty much a constant among us, yeah. Can you help us?
He sighs. Well, it might be a bit awkward with that one gone. Well, two of them gone, and one of your friends seemingly cut out of the conversation for a long while, but I think that, perhaps not now, but after a proper meal, and before you tire in for the night, might be a good idea if you're sure no one's listening, and I can help with that if you're looking for it. Take essence for what you and your friends might be capable of, and trying to find some ways of making it work, rather than just leaving all this to chance.
That'd be nice. It would also be nice if we could convince her to stop trying to kill herself.
Now that is something I'd like to say.
I love him.
If you think you can, then please. I
He
don't
pauses,
think...
looking thoughtful for a second. Well, I never said I was no diplomat.
True, but I think you might relate to her a bit better than us. She's made it very clear who and whom he shakes himself. Do what you want. I'd appreciate it.
He shrugs. I'll think on it. Ismark clears his throat. So, yes, everything there.
Yeah. He stands. I'm gonna go help Davian with some. If y'all need me, I'm in the kitchen. He leaves.
Ismark clears his throat again, looking a bit sheepish. What now? And yes, Metreon?
Oh, no, I was just going to ask where Kiva was going.
Yes, where is Kiva going?
She is going. Sorry, there's like a weird delay on my push to talk.
You're good?
She's going out to the front of the tavern and is just sort of like, this would be the dramatic smoking a cigarette in the rain moment. Outside in front of the tavern.
Yeah, Metro.
Are you like in the tap
out.
room? Or are you hanging out into the road? What's going on?
She's outside, but like near the door, like leaned up against the
Gotcha.
structure of the building, probably.
She would have walked past Lillison, who is sitting in the corner writing something, and who glances up to see her.
Kiva just gives her a sort of like awkward grimace smile and just keeps walking.
Oi.
Look, if you're come to continue what she said, you
No,
pretty
no,
much...
no. I'm not trying to dogpile you. That's why I'm saying it here and not up there. I don't know a lot in my life. I've lived a life. I've learned some things now, and even about myself, I've learned some things. And one thing is that, well, we all have vices, right? For me, it is the wine and flesh and, well, everything else in life. And it comes in handy when it needs to, but ultimately you kind of become accustomed to it, even so much as feel yourself, what's the word for it? Maybe enslaved by it. Like it's got a hold on you, like it's enchanting you. And if you don't mind my saying, it seems like you're a bit addicted to your own pain. And I don't know. I know I'm not anyone to talk about getting over addictions, because certainly none of them mine. But it's always a work in progress, right? And you are a work in progress, despite the fact that you will live to be 1,000. You will always be changing and working and stuff like that. So just remember that, you know, don't try to save your life because of us. Try to save your life because of yourself. And if you do that, if you're good to yourself and care about yourself enough to not try to die every time you come up against something, well, the result of that is you get to stay alive and we get to help you and we get to stay alive. Right?
Kiva, as Metrion's words sound quietly in the misty air, you hear the soft squeak and the flapping of tiny wings, and just off the eaves of the shed at the eastern edge of the inn, you see a small bat hanging upside down from the siding, its little black eyes peering toward you, glinting a faint red in the sunset.
Kiva looks at the bat and almost wants to say something, like, but it would give up the game about Lillison. So she just turns back to Metrion and says, I never intended for any of you to matter as much to me as you do. And after Ava died, I told myself that anyone I ever cared about, ever again, I would do anything in my power to help them, to keep them alive, to do what I could not do with my own child. And I know it's stupid, and I know you're all adults, and you can take care of yourself. But I made a promise. And I will not fail again. I cannot fail again.
It's your life to live, but just remember that you don't have to die to do that.
It just... I know, and I believe me. In that house, I wanted to... This is different. I know it's different. I don't want to die anymore. I want to fight. I want to win, and I want to get out of here. But more than anything, I want you all to get out of here too. To be happy.
Well, in order to do that, we got to work together, right?
Kiva goes back to looking at the bat and just sort of smiles a little bit. And says, yeah, we do.
DM, do I notice what she's looking at?
Yeah, she's just looking toward a small bat that just seems to be watching you from the eaves of the shed. It's, a good 25 feet away. It's not super close. Not close enough you think that it could hear.
I still make a finger hand crossbow, and I'm gonna go ahead and shoot it with a Eldritch Blast. Actually, a Firebolt.
Okay.
Kiva, upon realizing what Metreon is trying to do, would try to stop him.
What are you doing?
It's just sitting there. It's not hurting anyone.
Eyes and ears can hurt us with those things. Yeah.
Oh, come on. I don't think it's going to do anything. It's too far away. And look at it. It's so small. I mean...
Metreon bites his lip. You see a little flash of the gold fang that he has. All right, this is one time now. And Metreon will fire, but fire intentionally like a couple feet away from, or like a foot away from the bat, so it makes a little bit of a spark of flame, but doesn't actually hit it.
Gotcha. It curls smoking against the wood siding of the shed, and the bat squeaks and flaps away.
Now come on, get in here. We're gonna have some. We're gonna get our mouths full of some hot meat. We're gonna celebrate Emily's birthday. It's gonna be a good old time, right? Let's go.
Kiva looks after the bat. And she's like, yeah, I'll be in a minute.
Yeah, Metreon dips back in.
She waits a little bit to see if it comes back.
Nope. Seems to be gone.
There's like a little bit of disappointment. And then she'll go back inside.
Lillison is flipping over the paper and starting to write a new line as Kiva comes in.
Kiva looks over to Lillison and just says, I don't know if it helps, but I think Ez and I are fighting or whatever, so maybe you could tell him about, inter-party conflicts or whatever, not being able to, trust the group or something.
Lillison glances up, raises an eyebrow, and then looks down very deliberately at the lines that she has written. She does not make any move to hide the paper.
Yeah, can she see what's there?
She totally can.
Oh God, what does it say?
I have pasted you what it says.
Kiva reads it and looks at Lillison with like a mix of like pride and also I'm really glad there's nothing in my stomach because I'd probably throw up on this table. And just sort of like he's gonna eat that up, I think.
She just meets Kiva's gaze square on and says quietly, I trust that you will ensure that when it matters, this will not be relevant.
Well, I've got to make him think I'm one way and then surprise him, right? Keep things interesting.
Lillison just smiles slowly.
All right, fuck. I guess I better go. Is Esmeralda down there?
Esmeralda is sitting off to the side of the room, just kind of staring out one of the side windows toward the main street.
Yeah, she's gonna go over and like grab her arm and just say, "We need to talk."
Right, yes. Do you want to talk here, or?
This time I'd like to be alone, if that's okay.
Sure, wherever you like. And she'll stand up.
Yeah, she'll just lead them back outside for a moment.
The door kind of half open behind her. She leans against the wall, crossing her arms, and says, "Look, I'm sorry if any things that I said in there upset you in some way. I don't know. Look, we've known each
Just-
other for a bit of a while,
It's
and
fine. You didn't know, and I never told you, so it's nothing to worry about. But I'm not saying this is an excuse for my behavior or proof that you were wrong in what you said, because you're not. But I was married once and had a child once. And
she holds up a hand. There is no need for you to relive this for my benefit, Kiva. I understand, and again, I know that you don't perhaps want to accept it, but I apologize for. If it helps you feel better, I regret bringing up something that caused you pain.
I know I said, and we said, we agreed we wouldn't. Look, when I fell, I thought of you. And how disappointed I was that I didn't get to take you on an adventure.
She sighs. Look, Kiva. I like you and I think you're a good person, but look. What we need to focus on is the here and now. But more than the here and now, we need to look toward not just things that might be, but what will be. I know that it might feel like you're thinking about the future, but... Look, I don't want to be an asshole about this, but... This is not the first time when you plunged into danger and then you had nowhere to go. We need to think these things through.
I know, and I'm saying this not to force your hand or anything, but to let you know. I cannot promise you, as I said last time. I truly thought I was doing what was best. I did. I don't know if you'll believe me, but... And I did plan on running, but then there were 7 of them around me, and I couldn't get through.
She chuckles. Kiva, I don't mean to be rude with it, but they were ghosts. You can walk through them.
All right.
Look, I know. I'm sorry. That was snide. Look, I understand. I don't want to put you under. Look, I don't want to make assumptions that might be unfair of me. But if I could ask a question. How long have you been alone since whatever happened? You don't have to answer if you don't want to.
After Ava died, I stopped counting days. I don't know. Sometimes it feels like... It always feels like it happened just yesterday. So, It could have been months or years or days. I don't know.
She sighs. Look, I can't make you anything or anyone else than what you are, and I don't want to. You're brave, you're resourceful, your willingness to fight on is admirable, but all I think that any of us are asking is for you to trust us a bit more. You don't have... We all appreciate what you do, what you are making an effort to do, but... And I'm going to keep saying this until it sticks. Believe me when I say that all of us, all of your friends, in the times that they have been here with you, as far as I can tell, they have some means of taking care of themselves. And that if you trust them to work with you, they can get it right. I know that it can feel like you're risking something by letting these people that, I don't know, for all I know, they're the first lifeboats you've seen in years. But you don't have to throw yourself overboard just to make sure the boat is still there.
You make an excellent point. And, look, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have, maybe I wasn't, I just wanted to clarify that with you. I'll think obviously on what you've said, and I'll try to do better. And yeah, I'm sorry for this.
She pauses for a moment, kind of raises her hand, and then puts a hand on your shoulder. Not in an intimate way, but just kind of giving you a quick squeeze and a nod. And I will try to do better as well, as I'm sure we all will. Tomorrow is another day. And whatever else we have, for now we have time. So let's make the most of it, yes?
Kiva puts on a smile and yeah, she'll just pull away from Ez after a little bit and she's like, I'm just gonna sit out here for a little bit longer if that's okay. I'll see you inside.
Not a problem. I imagine that dinner shall be served within a bit of time, so I'm sure you will be able to hear or smell it, so I'll see you inside then. And she gives you a nod and steps away.
Yeah. She'll once she's alone, she's just gonna sort of sit down against the walls of the building and just sort of like put her head in her hands and sit for probably hours.
When Amity sees that Esmeralda is done, Amity's going to sort of peer outside and see if she can have some alone time with Kiva. If Kiva...
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah. Amity is probably the last person she was expecting to to come out and check on her, so she looks actually, like, really surprised.
Amity's all smiles as she sits down beside Kiva. Hey, I've been thinking about what you did, and I've been wrong.
She looks a little weary for a moment. She's like, please don't yell at me. I don't think I can take it.
I'm going to tell you something that's true, that I think you want to hear that I might not want to say in front of the others, which is that I think you made an amazing choice back there.
You do?
Yeah, I mean, okay, get one thing out of the way. I mean, it's true, I'm a little selfish. You know, if only one of us could escape this place in the end, then I would pick me over anyone else, but that's not what I mean. I mean, we've got, 4 extra lives now to use in, what's it going to be, like 2 weeks? something like that. If we lose someone, it's not going to be by running out of those. It's going to either be to Strahd or to us all going in way over our heads one time against someone we really shouldn't. And I think that you're smart and you figure that out somehow. It either, consciously or subconsciously.
Kiva looks genuinely appreciative at Amity. And you are the first person that has been truly honest with me. I feel like all day.
I think everyone else is being honest with you. But I'm glad you feel that way. When you didn't teleport out the window, see, I was cursing because I thought you didn't trust me. Like, you thought that I was making a bad call. But when I was thinking that, I wasn't trusting you. Like, if you think that multiple of us would die, like a bunch of us would go down, and you think that you can prevent that by staying behind and sacrificing yourself, I mean, hey, girl, you're smart. Go rock.
Look, I can't know. Obviously, I can't keep doing this because it would make everyone except you angry. But like I said, I thought it was the best plan, and I know you guys can do more spells and magic things, and you could have. I mean, you're brilliant. You could have disabled that trap or done something, and again, however many of us there are, 100 people it feels like in this party sometimes, you all would have walked away, and then yeah, we've got 4 tickets back. I mean, as far as the risk-reward system went, it felt like it was a relatively small risk for the reward of everyone getting out of there alive.
Yeah, I mean, I thought that what I was doing was the right plan at the time. I was convinced of it, but I learned back then that I'm not very good at figuring out what to do under pressure. I mean, I tried to throw a grappling hook up to a window instead of just having a ghost carry it up there. I turned you into a scorpion instead of, like, a dragon.
Could you really
trust you.
turn me into a dragon?
Well, you won't be able to fly around or breathe fire.
No, but it's good to know. Maybe against Strahd. I mean, look, I think like the two of us together, we make a good team, and I do trust you, Amity. I do. I trust your mind and your heart. And your survival instinct is something that just don't let anyone take that away from you. It's not ignoble to prioritize yourself at the end of the day. And it's like I said in that house, if one of us can get out of here, then one of us should. You know? And if you have a chance, it's good that you have that instinct.
Thank you. And that instinct is telling me that we absolutely do need you around for Strahd, though. I'm sure you know that. So if you do think that sacrificing yourself is the right way to go, make sure your temporary corpse is sound and hale, okay?
Yeah, and look, in that fight, it will be him or me. And I sort of dream about it, how good it's gonna feel when it's him.
I mean, it'll be all of us.
Well, what I mean is, we'll win. I can feel it.
We will. I'm glad you feel this. I'm glad you feel it too.
No, thank you, Amity. I needed this.
Yeah, I feel like I need a lesson on tactics, because I don't know if, like, I was right or you were right about who should teleport. It's so hard. I mean, especially when you don't even know what the situation is.
I never had a mind for tactics. My dad was the one that had it. I just was really good at stealing jewelry off of people and then, like fleecing paintings. So this is all new to me, and I sort of figure it out in the moment and trust my instincts, but I think you have excellent instincts as well, and so you should trust those. Even if it doesn't feel like the right play at the time, there's a reason why, subconsciously you made that decision, right? And so something in you knew that that was the right thing to trigger something else, and it did. It triggered me staying behind, So it was the right call,
That's an interesting way to look at it. I mean, I guess you're right. Intuition, it's there for a reason. It's dangerous to go against it. Well, all right. I guess that's all I had to say to you. But I guess I'm happy. And she offers a hand to shake.
Kiva takes it very gratefully, and she loves this little red-haired bad influence on her. After that conversation, she will feel a little more rejuvenated, emotionally, not physically. She's still has a fifth of her health points, but she'll go back inside and join the others. But she is keeping a little more distance from both Ez and Irina than normal. And I feel like Metreon would notice that.
Mitron would, but he's freaking hungry. He wants some wolf
Stay.
steaks.
Yep.
Yep. And around this time, food does begin to come out. You watch as the Mardukov clan begins assembling in the main dining room, as you watch Adrian and Elvir filter in as well, apparently from chores they've been running outside in the town. And slowly, with some help, Erwin and Danica begin bringing out steaks, bits of bread, some dried, somewhat sad-looking fruits, but all in all, a fairly hearty meal.
Aerith reappears from the kitchen at some point about a third into the meal, dusted with some sort of white substance, and apparently very pleased with himself as he sits down to steak. Well, y'all doing all right?
Tired, but I got some more meat in my mouth. That's all I can ask for.
I'm sure that's appreciated. I'm looking forward to getting some sleep after all this. Zombie nights and angry ghosts and the rain. It's been a bad time.
Yeah. Sleep.
Yeah. Aerith is very clearly just trying to bolster some kind of small talk. He's very pointedly not looking at Kiva, but he kind of flounders off after this.
Etherin, dear, what's that powder you have?
Oh, actually, and he brushes some of it off. Actually, I think it should be done by now. Give me a second. And
Metreon takes his finger and swipes up some of the powder and rubs it on his gums and his teeth. Oh.
It's flour.
He winces.
Yeah, and he rushes into the kitchen. And when he returns, he is carrying a small, terribly iced, I should note, but apparently very whole and very delicious looking cake with bright red icing and a single candle that, Amity, you think it's the one you've been doing seances with, planted in the middle.
It's the seance cake!
That's a giant candle, isn't
that
it?
is adorable.
He places it in front of her with a bow. Happy birthday, darling.
Oh my gosh. What type of cake is it?
It's just vanilla. Couldn't find any chocolate or anything. But
Amity slices into the cake. Is it big enough that,
yeah,
everyone can get a
it's
slice?
big enough to share.
Great.
As you do, you Smell the delicious wafting scent of the cake, the bright lights illuminating the wolf's heads and lanterns around the inn, and there comes a knock at the door.
It's not my house. I ain't answering it.
Lillison goes
Erwin
pale and
frowns.
says, usually people would just come in, wouldn't they?
Unless they have to be invited.
Kiva, you got sunshine ready, just in case.
We can't fight him like this. We've got nothing.
He's got some fucking nerve. She'll push her chair out and go to the door.
No, wait.
Not inviting him in, if it's who it is, but she's going to go, not open the door, but just say, I think you were spying on me before.
As soon as you do, you hear a creak as the door slowly swings open before you. And standing there on the opposite side, in the darkness of the evening beyond, you see a familiar, tall, dark, and gaunt figure looking down upon you. You see the pale skin faintly illuminated by the lantern glimmering outside of the front door, the dark hair pulled back and the red eyes flare in the evening air as the gaze sweeps out across the room. And Strahd von Zarevich says, "Now, whatever might have given you such an idea." And that is where we will end it for tonight.
Worst birthday present ever.
Or best, depending on who you are.
This is going to end really, really, really badly.
Yeah, Amity Truffle. I just imagine Truffle is just still eating the cake, totally oblivious to everything going on. He uses the opportunity when everyone's moved away from the table to just dive in.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Also steak and cake.
Happy birthday, Amity.
Thank you. Such a nice present. Sorry, you said Strahd was holding a box wrapped with a ribbon?
He is not holding a box wrapped with a ribbon. I'm very sorry.
Oh.
2 boxes wrapped with ribbons.
Tempting, but no.
Heart full of fucking presents for Amity.
Wait, no. Strahd totally wouldn't bring his own presents. Behind him is Rahadin with a whole wheelbarrow full of presents.
Yes, Rahadin.
Oh, does Boosie have a pair of reindeer antlers strapped to his head? He's so cute.
In the
Is this
holiday
Christmas?
spirit. I mean, it's always Christmas in Barovia.
I mean, this is kind of Christmas, yeah, right.
I almost wish I had kept Kiva sitting outside then. Ooh, that would have been fun.
Beautiful. Well, I think that about wraps it up for tonight. Note to self, have Strahd bring a birthday present next time. Otherwise, thank you all for coming out this fine Barovian day. As always, we will see you next week, and until then, avoid the wrath of the ghosts that linger, and take care.